Yeah, that's us every weekday afternoon.
Midday, and this is Africa Update coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa on Channel Africa Radio from an African perspective. I'm Lulu Gabu, and I am in studio with Onele Nzinzi, Msibudi Makura and Tebogo Lekhuleni. Coming up in this hour.
And lastly, to act as a reminder to duty bearers, put in place emergency and disaster response mechanism.
A memorial service held for Malawi's late vice president and others who died on the 10th of June in 2024. And dozens lose their lives in the Eastern Cape floods in South Africa. But first the news with Onele Nzinzi and our sports headlines with Msibudi Makura.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu, and greetings to our listeners. The body of the late former Zambian President Edgar Lungu will not be repatriated to the country today, as earlier stated. In a statement, the government says this is due to consultations between the government, the family, and other stakeholders that are underway. A further announcement will be made in due course as to when the body of the late former president will arrive in Zambia. As Tebogo Lekhuleni reports, the Zambian government and Lungu's political party are at loggerheads over his funeral arrangements.
The standoff between former President Edgar Lungu's family, the government, and Lungu's political party, the Patriotic Front, has left mourners confused about how exactly the former president should be honored. Family lawyer Makebi Zulu has told the BBC that the family is not opposed to a state funeral, but have insisted on choosing who will preside over it. Then there is the official book of condolence in which mourners can pay tributes to Lungu. The government has set up an official book at the lodge, but the PF has urged people to sign theirs instead at their headquarters. There was also different views on when Lungu's body should be repatriated, with the PF insisting that it wants to create a safe passage.
The war in Sudan has pushed millions to the brink, with South Darfur amongst the hardest hit regions. A new report by Doctors Without Borders, Voices from South Darfur, details the violence, hunger and widespread insecurity that's facing civilians, particularly women and children. Sudan's conflict between the army and the rival rapid support forces has displaced millions and split the country into rival zones of control, with the RSF still deeply embedded in Western Sudan. Humanitarian Affairs Advisor for MSF, Dr. Kyle McNally, explains.
We see staggering rates of sexual violence, and when we look at this, we see also some very concerning observations within the data. Not only do we have hundreds of survivors coming to clinic and coming for care since we opened services in the middle of last year, but what we notice is that we have high confidence that this is really just the tip of the iceberg, and we know that there's a lot of women who are unable to access care. We also know that despite the fact that the conflict has now been going on for more than 2 years, amongst the hundreds of survivors that we have now treated, we see more than 50% of those survivors have been attacked by non-civilians.
South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has expressed sadness at the loss of multiples due to heavy flooding in the Eastern Cape province. 11 people are missing following heavy rains that caused severe floods in the east of the province yesterday. A minibus in which the deceased were travelling was swept away into a river. Most of the victims are believed to be learners. The death toll now stands at 12. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Makwenya.
President Ramaphosa offers his deep condolences to the bereaved families, affected communities, and Eastern Cape residents at large. These incidents and others that may unfold during winter highlights the need for South Africans to display caution, care, and cooperation as the worst impacts of winter weather take effect across the country.
Struggle stalwart Mavuso Msimang says there is a sense of urgency in South Africa to tackle the challenges that the country is facing, especially the high unemployment rate. President Cyril Ramaphosa has announced that a national convention will take place on August the 15th this year to set the agenda for a national dialogue on the country's challenges. He says all sectors of society will be given a voice to determine how problems should be addressed and how to build a better country for future generations. Msimang says an inclusive dialogue is crucial because the situation in the country is dire.
The situation is really bad. You see it in the streets. People are poor. 30 years on, really poor. In fact, statistics indicate that there's been an increase. Unemployment, I was glad the president talked about, confesses that unemployment is high and there's underemployment. Worst is that it's happening among young people. So there's really a need. I don't think we should allow this not to be successful.
Lastly, police in Los Angeles say they have carried out mass arrests following the introduction of a partial curfew in downtown district. Protests against President Donald Trump's immigration policies are continuing, as is the political row over the deployment of the U.S. Marines and the California National Guard to the city. California Governor Gavin Newsom says the deployment has worsened the situation.
California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly, but this, again, was different. What then ensued was a use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights.
Channel Africa News, I am Onele Ntsintsi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
And coming up in your sports news this hour, South Africa won the toss and elect to bowl first against Australia in the final of the World Test Championship, while Senegal become the first African nation to beat England 3-1 in an international friendly match. I'll have details of these and other stories at the bottom of the hour.
Africa Update with Lulu Kapu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
Well, thank you to Onele Nzinzi with our news update and Msibudi Makura with our sports headlines. It is 12:07 Central African Time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Now, join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1. On Facebook at Channel Africa, you can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763. That's 406-9126. Hashtag Africa Updates, and let us know which country you're in. And if you have any stories that you'd like us to highlight or to focus on, send us an email. It is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or give us a call on +2711 61276. That's 011 714 and 4459. And also, we're coming to you live on DSTV's Audio Bouquet channel 802, an OpenView channel 628, and on www.channelafrica.co.za, as well as on the SABC Plus app, available on the Apple and Google Play stores. Our today's question, we ask you on hashtag Africa Updates, ask, how can we support our youth to reach their full potential and dreams? How can we support our youth to reach their full potential and dreams? Share your thoughts and your views on all our social media platforms.
Get Channel Africa on DSTV Audio Bouquet. Channel 802.
Our tension is mounting regarding the repatriation and funeral of Zambia's former president Edgar Lungu. While the government has announced an official funeral, the opposition party and family are in disagreement with some of the plans the government has put forward. And to speak to us further on this, we are joined on the line by our correspondent in Zambia, Arthur Davis Sekopo. Arthur, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Good afternoon, thank you, and thanks for having me.
Now, Arthur, what exactly is happening? What is coming out of Zambia regarding the repatriation of the body of the former president, and what are the issues with regards to between the family and his political party and government?
Well, thank you so much. We just received a statement from Secretary to Cabinet, who just mentioned that, who made a public announcement that Edgar Lungu will not.
You know what, Arthur, we're missing out on a lot of key information that you're giving us. The connection is not the greatest. Let's try and get you back on another line. That's our correspondent in Zambia, Arthur Davis Sokopo, mentioning there that the cabinet secretary of the government in Zambia made an announcement. So we'll try and get him back to find out exactly what this announcement is and how it'll impact the funeral of Zambia's former president, Edgar Lungu. Arthur, you're back on the line. Thank you once again for joining us. We lost you there when you were speaking about the cabinet secretary making an announcement.
Yes, so the Secretary to Cabinet this morning, about 2 hours ago, made an announcement that the body of President Edgar Lungu will not be brought in today as earlier announced. And he continued to say that as government and the family of Edgar Lungu, they are in talks, and including other stakeholders, they are in talks to see how best all this could be done. Because currently the family has put its foot down that they will not release the body from South Africa to Zambia until further notice, probably when whatever they are doing is done. But of course, government was expectant that the body will be released today and will be flown to Zambia so that it can lay instead. Then the burial takes place on Saturday. But all this is still pending because talks are still going on right about now between government and the family.
Now, between government and the family, and let's talk about his political party, his political home. Where are they in these discussions? Are they part of the family delegation? And what is the issue? Do we know what the issues are with regards to, the family and the official funeral? Has this been confirmed? And the fact that there is this delay now?
So the party that Edgar Lungu belonged to, the Patriotic Front, they are also part of these meetings. Ago just to get an update on what is happening down in South Africa there. So he told me that they are also part of the meetings in which they are making all those decisions. And I must make mention that the Patriotic Front has making some of these decisions and helping trying to put in some weight into the decisions that the family are making through the Party Secretary General, Mr. Rafo Nakachinda, and other party officials. For now, in Lusaka, the funeral, the official funeral for President Edgar Lungu is being held at Belvedere Lodge. But there it is mostly, the people that are going there are mostly from the ruling party, the United Party Financial Development. And for the Patriotic Front, the party which Edgar Lungu belonged to, they have hosted their official funeral at their party headquarters just within Lusaka, and of course in other satellite provinces. So there is that a division, and there's that confusion around the state funeral, or the funeral, the official funeral of Edgar Lungu, but because of these two places that have been put in one by government and the other belong to. And just this morning I passed through Embassy Park, which is the official know that we have lost 6 presidents so far in Zambia. So all of them are buried at Embassy Park. And when I passed through this morning, I found that processions were going on. The burial site is being prepared for Edgar Lungu to lay there. But of course, this confusion of not knowing when the body is coming in and not knowing how far the talks are going. Zambians,
Now,
still living Zambians.
Clearly, there's a lot of confusion, especially for the mourners. Where do they go? Do they go to the Belvedere, where the ruling party is based, government is based, or do they go to the opposition, the political party where Edgar Lungu is basically from? And the family could be caught in the middle. Are you able to find out more information with regards to the intricacies of exactly what it is the family and his political party are pushing for, and what is likely to happen?
Depending on seen people are going to Belvedere, a place for but mostly the people that.
All right, Arthur, our connection is not great, and unfortunately we are going to have to leave it here for today. But hopefully we'll be able to chat to you once again just to find out if all the issues are ironed out at some point in time, and also their questions around the mourning period, which is also quite key. That's our correspondent in Zambia, Arthur Davis Sokopo, joining us on the line. It is 12:16 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa.
It is 16 after 12 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Our significant deficiencies in state services provided to children and their families is being highlighted at the Celebrating 30 Years of Child Rights, a symposium on South Africa's commitment to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is underway in Johannesburg in the Gauteng province of South Africa. Probono.org, host to the symposium, believes the commemoration of the convention offers a crucial moment to reflect on these issues and hold the state accountable for its commitments both locally and globally. And to tell us more, we are joined on the line by the National Director of Probono.org, that's Shafi Amimia. Shafi, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you and all your listeners. Good day to those who are listening globally to this conversation. Thank you for having us on your program.
And now, tell us more about the symposium and who is in attendance.
So the symposium is basically to highlight, the plight of children whose rights have been entrenched in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and also in the International Convention on the Rights of the Child that was ratified by South Africa on the 16th of June, 1995. So it's part of domestic law. And the question then arises is we're seeing a lot of abuses, and lots of wrongs committed against children. And we're hearing very little about the state's commitment to address those kind of issues. So what Pro Bono basically did was to convene this particular meeting and say, what is it that we can do for the rights of the children in line with the South Africa's international treaty obligations. And I thought instead of going to litigation, perhaps we need to have a conversation, and the right people to come on board with the Chapter 9s, because they've got constitutional gravitas to help us to get the state to find solutions to the problems and the challenges that confront children in living, the children who have a right to live in dignity. And so we called on the South African Human Rights Commission, we called on the Commission for Gender Equality, because these are powerful institutions that have got constitutional gravitas to access justice for the children to live in dignity. And in that way, we're not confronting government, but we're basically putting them to terms that they need to answer to society. And what resources have they done to ensure that the children get, adequate protections to live in dignity and to be children after all, So we've got the organized legal profession, we've got members of the General Council of the Bar, members of the legislature, members of the judiciary, to also come and sit in and help us to talk about these issues so that we can find common solutions that can allow South Africa to meet its obligations in terms of the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which is not 100 years away, it's just 5 years away. The Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the African Union Access to Justice Goals, Vision 2063 as well.
Now, Shafi, how do we then hold the government or governments accountable and put measures in place to ensure that they live up to their agreements of such conventions in terms of agreements made, 30 years of child rights, and we are seeing children going through the most difficult periods, and just to digress a little bit, child abductions, the killing of children, the rape of children, it's more of a crisis now, especially in South Africa and other parts of the world.
I think it's a very important question that you ask. And my answer to that is it's not a simple solution, but I think the starting point is we're going to ask our Chapter 9s to help us to call, because they have the power of subpoena to call the President and every other institution. Primarily, we're looking at the Department of Social Development. We're looking at the Minister in the Office of the President that is in charge of women and children, to come and tell us what plans and projects they have in mind to address the very same issues that you are asking of me to, and in that way we'll give them time frames and say, okay, what interventions are you going to put in? And we're going to take them to Parliament and say to them, to the Portfolio Committee, these are the commitments they've met and they've not realized these commitments, and we need answers, as opposed to taking them on a case-to-case basis to the court. And we know that litigation is prohibitively expensive. And we're dealing with poor and vulnerable people who cannot afford to litigate. They cannot, we have them coming to our offices with no food in their stomach. So there is just no way that they can litigate against a state that is not meeting its obligations.
Now, Shafi, because of time, we just in wrapping up, today marks International Day of Play. Our children they're not playing the way children are meant to play or supposed to play. How do we then, also reflect on this?
So this is the reason why we're holding this symposium, because we are saying that we need to ask ourselves as South Africans, as a nation, how is it that we are allowing things to slip from our hands? How do we arrest the situation and allow the children, the right to live in dignity, in freedom and equality, and live as children, in an environment where they are safe and protected? And there should be all these kind of mechanisms that need to be addressed. So this was a starting point. I think it's a good leveraging platform to raise these conversations in a safe space, so that we take each other by the hands to make sure that South Africa lives up to its international obligations. It lives up to its constitutional mandates in terms of Section 28 and 29 in terms of the Bill of Rights. So,
well, Shafi, we'll have to leave it there for today. Thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
I much appreciate the call, and thank you to your listeners.
Thanks to you, Shafi, for joining us. That's the National Director of ProBono.org, Shafi Amerimia, joining us on the line.
Africa Update with Lulu Kapu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time.
At least 11 people have lost their lives due to severe flooding in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. The fatalities were reported in various areas in the province. Now, the provincial government has dispatched its provincial disaster and emergency units to the affected areas to oversee relief efforts. And for more on this, we are joined on the line by the Eastern Cape government spokesperson, Kuselwa Ranji. Kuselwa, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Good afternoon to you and to your listeners.
Now, Kuselwa, are you able to confirm if there are any more fatalities beyond the ones that have been reported? And what were the circumstances surrounding their deaths?
At this point, I can confirm that there are other bodies that have been found along the riverbanks of Kolini village, including in some of the houses, and those bodies include the taxi or bus driver that was ferrying learners, the taxi that was swept away by floods yesterday morning, as well as the conductor of that minibus taxi. Those two have been positively identified, and also not far from the scene where they have been found, there are bodies of teenagers that have been found, which we believe may be the bodies of learners. At this point, as I say, we cannot confirm a number. The teams are busy going up and down the river stream and trying to conduct further searches so that we may find anyone who may have fallen or may have found themselves in those floods and possibly were then they then passed on. So that work still continues, and we're hoping that at about 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock this afternoon we'll have pieced together all the details and we'll have a confirmed number. But I think it's important to note that the situation is really not a good one. On the ground, we are currently here with the Premier Lubabalo Oscar Mabuyan, as well as the MEC responsible for cooperative governance and the local authorities, executive mayor and other teams are here. And what we are finding here is really a bad situation. People's houses have been badly damaged. This whole area that we are in yesterday, all you could see were roofs of houses, not necessarily the full house itself. And we've seen and interacted with some community members that spent the night at some of the centers that are housing those that have been displaced. And they came back this morning just to check up on their houses to assess the extent of the damage and also just salvage anything that they can salvage from the situation. So that's the status as things stand, and obviously there is provision of humanitarian support coordinated by the provincial government, working together with non-governmental organizations, just to make sure that those that are displaced are finding or are comfortable at the halls where they are currently housed.
Yeah. Now, Kuselwa, a big question that I have for you is the issue of children, and are children in the Eastern Cape going to school? Because somebody asked, why were the children allowed to go to school with the floods, taking place and the snow? So it's a big question that everyone seems to be asking. Do you have any response with regards to that in terms of, why kids were allowed to go to school with the crisis that the province is facing?
We don't know the exact conditions really that were obtaining at the time that the children left their homes yesterday morning, and we also are not clear as to the extent of what was happening on the road that they were crossing through because the taxi was swept away as it was crossing a bridge just outside Tata as a town. But what is it may have been a bit of a problem in this part of the world is the fact that the water was coming from two angles. There's a river bend on one side, and there's water that has been flowing from the other side of the national road. So that may have caused perhaps a situation that one could have felt is manageable to be unmanageable in a split second. So I can say that at this point there has not been a decision taken to say that there should be school closures. The MEC for Education, Mr. Gade, is also in the area, and in fact he himself and another team are going across this area visiting schools so that they can determine what needs to be done to safeguard the lives of the learners, including ensuring that perhaps the infrastructure that they will be expected to go into is not infrastructure that may cause further challenges for the learners.
Now, what assistance, you spoke of a collaboration between the province's disaster management units, emergency services, and as well as local municipalities, just to stabilize the affected in terms of the areas and provide immediate support. What kind of support and assistance is being provided for the families that have lost not only their loved ones, but also that whose homes are now damaged?
The families whose homes are damaged, as I said, have been now housed at various centers across the municipality, and there they are provided with clothing, food, and warm blankets to make sure that they are as comfortable as they can be within that environment. And also, as we continue to assess the situation, government will then make a determination in terms of what additional support needs to be provided to these communities. As I say, the assessment, the teams that are assessing the extent of the damage right across, including checking private and public infrastructure, are still continuing with doing their work. And as soon as that information comes in, government will then be able to take a decision in terms of what needs to be done and what additional resources need to be brought into this area to ensure that we bring back some kind of normalcy for this community.
Yeah. Well, Kuselo, we have run out of time and are going to have to leave it there for today. Thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Thank you.
That's Kuselo Arantri, the spokesperson for the Eastern Cape government, joining us on the line. Our news headlines up next with Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. Headlines.
The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Zambian government has revealed that former President Edgar Lungu won't be repatriated today to Zambia from South Africa. Lusaka is observing 7 days of mourning to honor its sixth president. The war in Sudan has pushed millions to the brink, with South Darfur amongst the hardest hit regions, and the 2025 Nelson Mandela Day has been launched in Johannesburg, South Africa. The day is an annual global celebration that takes place on the 18th of July to honor the life and legacy of Nelson Mandela. Channel Africa News, I am Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. Headlines.
The African Perspective.
Well, thank you, Onele, for those headlines. We say good afternoon to Msibudi Makura with our sports update.
Sports
on Channel Africa.
The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. A very good afternoon from the sports desk. Now, South Africa won the toss and elected to bowl first in their World Test Championship final contest against Australia at Lord's Cricket Ground, currently underway at the moment. So the captain, Tema Bavuma, indicated that the surface looks good, but also overhead conditions dictate that they bowl first. When asked what he would have done, Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, stated that he was happy to bat first. Now, the Australian seamer mentioned that his side will lean on their preparation, which has been outstanding. Despite finishing at the top of the table in the 2024-2025 cycle with 69.44% of the points, South Africa comes into this tie as the underdogs. Australia, on the other hand, finishing second with 67.54% and are the favourites to retain their title that they won in the previous cycle. Just a short while ago, the Proteas, Australia, were on 29 runs for the loss of 2 wickets, having lost 2 early wickets in their innings. In football news now, Senegal became the first African team to beat England in 22 games on Tuesday, winning 3-1 in a friendly match played at the City Ground thanks to goals from Ismaila Sarr, Habib Diarra as well as Cheikh Sabalai. Now Senegal stretched their unbeaten streak to 24 games, with England's loss, which included a disallowed goal from Jude Bellingham for a handball in the build-up, was the first defeat in 4 games under coach Thomas Tuchel. The captain, Harry Kane, says the team was not good enough on the night.
Again, not really good enough. I think we had, again, moments, but just both with and without the ball, just aren't quite clicking, aren't quite finding the right passes, the right tempo. 1v1, we're losing duels, we're losing... just that aggressive nature that we've had. So and we got punished. We're playing against a good side, but again, too much that just weren't good enough today.
Still on football news, Brazil qualified for the 2026 FIFA World Cup with a 1-0 win over Paraguay in the South American qualifying to give Carlo Ancelotti his first win as the manager of the Brazilian national men's football team. Now, Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. scored from close range in the second half, finishing after a fine work from Manchester United barn playmaker Matheus Cunha. Now, the victory, Ancelotti's first after goalless draw against Ecuador on debut last week, means Brazil have now qualified for every edition of the FIFA Men's World Cup. Elsewhere, the World Cup holders Argentina played out to an entertaining 1-1 draw with Colombia in Argentina last night, while Liverpool winger Luis Diaz opening the scoring with a fine individual goal, dancing through 3 defenders before finishing past Aston Villa goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez. Argentina were then reduced to 10 men with 20 minutes remaining, with Chelsea midfielder Enzo Fernandez being sent off for a high boot challenge on Colombia's Kevin Castano. But Lionel Messi's side found an equalizer 9 minutes later from time through Leon Thiago Almada, leaving Colombia 4 points clear of 7th-placed Venezuela. Ecuador, Argentina's nearest challengers, booked their spot at the tournament in Canada, Mexico as well as the USA following a goalless draw with Peru in a game that also was played last night. Back home now, South Africa's Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Gayton McKenzie, has weighed on the growing public outcry over salary disparities with the national football teams. Now, the government questioned the football's governing body, SAFA, about the salaries disparities between Amajita coach Raymond Mdaka as well as the Bafana Bafana head coach Hugo Broos. So Mdaka is reported to take home $3,000 a month, while Hugo Broos is on a $56,000 salary a month. McKenzie elaborates.
He did a good job. He now qualifies for much more. He has good reason to renegotiate his package. We were not there. If he has a problem with that 50, he should not have accepted that 50,000. But it's now very popular to say, no, it's not right. This is how life works. You don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. Bruce negotiated $1 million. This one negotiated 50,000. Let us rather fix. He must now come back to the table and renegotiate on the basis of his win. And I'm going to support him for them to pay them more.
Now, McKenzie says the criticism about SAFA is misplaced because they aren't delivering on their mandate.
You know, whatever you say about SAFA, they are winning at the moment on all fronts. And we mustn't just criticize. We must also say, but people want to score cheap political points. Imagine the president of volleyball is a president. He gets, let's say, 50,000. Then you want to compare him to the president of the country because they are both presidents. You can't have that. He's a coach of under 20. This is the national coach. Let us be honest about these things.
All right, so that concludes your sports news this hour. It's 12:39 p.m. Central African Time. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, our email address is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11714 4459. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Musibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Hey there, this is Palesa Tau, part of the dynamic duo that gives you on the move right here on Channel Africa from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Central Africa time. Well, it's with your help for the past 2 years that we have been a multi-award winning show.
Finally, here we're keeping it on the move in 2025. And yes, I'm the other half of the duo, Benjamin Mushatama, and we're going to keep you going with the great conversations. Turn it up.
Okay. On the Move comes back in 2025 to give you more of the content that made us a Maldo and to deliver that bold, boundary-pushing content that you love. And of course, giving you a ride through the 3 hours of news, views, and entertainment.
Every weekday from 9 to midday Central African time, right here on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Cool.
Let's go.
Well, thank you to Msebudi Makura with our sports update. And we say good afternoon to Tebogo Lekhuleni with our business news.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Lulu. Good afternoon. The South African Parliament has highlighted the urgent need to hold accountable those responsible for creating ghost positions in government departments. This after Chairperson of Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, Jan de Villiers, revealed that a syndicate was orchestrating the creation of ghost employees through systemic corruption. He says the extent of the problem is unknown. De Villiers has also stressed the importance of conducting physical audits to detect ghost employees on the payroll.
We suspect this type of syndicated criminal activity in the state is actually supported by way more individuals, because you almost need an ecosystem to keep those people on the system and keep paying them their salaries and their leave days and their bonus. So I think that identifying the ghost is one thing, but very importantly, there needs to be investigation and prosecution and then punishment. People going to jail for the creation of these ghost employees.
Still in southern Africa, Zimbabwe has called on miners to process more minerals domestically. The Minister of Mines, Winston Chitando, says he will ban the export of lithium concentrates from 2027 as the country extends its push for more local processing. Lithium miners in Zimbabwe, who are mostly from China, have been exporting concentrates to their home country. The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, says the camel deserves a grand celebration for its contribution to existence. This as the regional forum on the International Year of the Camelids and Sustainable Livestock Transformation in Africa is underway in Nairobi, Kenya. The 3-day high-level event is co-organized by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN and the African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources. Africa is home to over 80% of the world's one-humped camels. Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Africa, Abebe Haile Gabriel.
One is to celebrate very important animal in Africa, particularly in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, in North Africa. And this is camel. This is the International Year of Camel, and we thought it deserves a regional forum to celebrate its contribution.
Sterling fell against a firmer dollar as markets geared up for a multi-year UK spending review due later in the day from British Finance Minister Rachel Reeves, who is set to reveal how public spending will be divided up. The pound was last down 0.2% versus the dollar at 1.3472 US dollars and was weaker against the euro, which rose 0.1% to 84.68 pence. The dollar edged up against a range of currencies after US and Chinese trade representatives wrapped up 2 days of talks in London where they agreed on a framework to bring their tariff truce back on track. European shares have been mostly steady as investors awaited a crucial U.S. inflation report and weighed the potential impact of a U.S.-China trade agreement. The pan-European Stoxx 600 was little changed at 553.88 points. Markets remained on edge ahead of the May U.S. inflation data due later in the day as investors watched for signs that U.S. tariffs had begun to filter into the economy. Let's now shift our focus to financial indicators at this hour. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 naira 550, Botswana 13 pula 21, Kenya the dollar dollar is at 128 shilling 417 Zambia 25 kwacha. The BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is at 5 real 56, Russia 78 rubles 63, India 85 rupee 59, China 71.18, South Africa 17 rand 71 cents. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 87 to the euro. Commodities, gold is at $3,345, platinum at $1,261 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $66.99 a barrel. That is all for now. For any business stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or you can call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Tebogo Lekhuleni.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Well, thank you to Tebogo Lekhuleni with our business news. It is 12:45 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Join us in conversation on our social media platforms. That's on X, Instagram, and subscribe on YouTube at Channel Africa 1. On Facebook at Channel Africa, you can also send us your comments and voice notes to +2763 at 406 9126 #Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. And if you have any comments or voice notes for us, or you want to let us know about stories that are taking place in your area, just send us a voice note on +2763, that's 406 9126 #Africa Update, and let us know which country you're in. And also, today's question, we ask you on #Africa Update Ask. How can we support our youth to reach their full potential and dreams? Share your thoughts and ideas onto all media platforms, and let's have a discussion about it. You're listening to Africa Updates, coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa.
Now, as South Africa commemorates Youth Month, Channel Africa is highlighting youth in different fields that are making their mark. Now, today we are joined by Dr. Ansia van Coller, a senior scientist and bioinformatician at the South African Medical Research Council. Now, Dr. van Coller, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Africa Update.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Now, tell us what exactly a bioinformatician is and what do you do?
So for a bioinformatician, right, so I work with DNA and genetic data to try and help understand health and disease. So my work specifically includes developing computational tools, pipelines, and algorithms to help understand genetic data, to interpret it, and this can help us to diagnose rare diseases, for instance, and track disease outbreaks, and even study biodiversity.
And how important is genomics, especially in the African context?
So I think genomics is incredibly important in Africa. So Africa is home to the richest genetic diversity in the world, so both in terms of our people and in nature. But much of the global research efforts have kind of overlooked Africa. And so a lot of our healthcare and medical treatments aren't necessarily designed with our unique genetic diversity in mind. And so by investing in improving genomic research in Africa, we can improve the diagnosis of rare diseases, we can personalize treatments, and we can even track how infectious diseases spread through our communities. Can also play a big role in food security and biodiversity conservation. And yeah, all in all, it allows us to find more relevant and inclusive solutions to some of our African problems.
Now, you've presented your work at several international conferences. Just tell us more about them and the message you want to send to the youth.
Yes, so I have been very fortunate that I've been able to present some of my work at international conferences. In fact, the first time that I got on a plane was when I flew by myself to Germany to go present some of my recent findings from my master's. And since then, I've been fortunate to also travel to Sweden, Beijing, all these places. And these platforms are a great opportunity to share some of our, South African research on a global platform, and also bring back the knowledge that I gained from these conferences into our own space to help promote our own research. And I suppose the message that I would send to the youth is that you also belong in these spaces. You don't have to come from a wealthy background or a fancy school. If you are curious and committed and open to learning, you can also make a meaningful contribution, either local or even internationally.
And what are some of the remarkable achievements or some projects or research studies etc. that have been done under the SAMRC that you'd like to highlight and just for us to focus on?
So there are quite a few projects that I've been involved in. I've been quite proud to be part of. So one of those is the Primary Immunodeficiency Genetics Network, where we help to diagnose rare immunological conditions that are typically missed with typical screening. And so through this, we've been able to diagnose quite a few children, and this has impacted the treatment that they're able to receive and improve their, just their lives in general. Another project that I was working on was the wastewater surveillance project. So this started during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the SAMRC was monitoring the levels of COVID-19 in the wastewater. And so we were able to track the spread of the virus through communities, sometimes even before there was a surge in clinical cases. So this project has now evolved to looking at other infectious diseases as well, and monitoring things like antibiotic resistance, etc. The last project, I guess, that I'll mention would be the Africa Biogenome Project, which aims to generate genomic information about indigenous African species, plants and animals. And so I've been assisting on this project to kind of describe the genome of some medicinally relevant plants in Africa.
Now, let's talk very quickly as we wrap up with regards to some of the challenges that face scientists, researchers in South Africa, and how they can and need to be supported. I
suppose the biggest challenges for South African researchers and scientists is just access, access to training and funding and stable jobs. So many young scientists particularly can struggle to find long-term opportunities after they've completed their studies, and that can be quite discouraging. And there's also a big gap in available mentorship. There's lots of students and not enough people available to mentor everyone. I think support needs to come through more sustainable investment in research infrastructure and better funding opportunities for postgraduate students, as well as mentorship programs that are more inclusive to create spaces where scientists can feel valued and heard. I think that will improve the future of science in our country.
Well, Dr. Van Coller, thank you so much for joining us on Africa Update today.
Thank you so much, Lulu.
That's Dr. Ansia Van Coller, a senior scientist and bioinformatician at the South African Medical Research Council, joining us on the line.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa.
It is 12:54 Central African time, and we're coming to you live from Johannesburg in South Africa. Now, a memorial service for Malawi's late Vice President is being held in Malawi. He died with 10 others on the 10th of June in 2024.
The President will now proceed to the saluting ties.
What remains surprising to many Malawians is that during the memorial service, families of the victims who perished in the Chikangawa forest plane crash in northern Malawi decided not to attend the official memorial function which the government held. The event, graced by President Lazarus Chakwera at the plane crash site, was expected to draw widespread participation, but it was clear that those most affected by the tragedy distanced themselves from it. Chakwera expressed concern that misconception continues to surround the accident, although the German Federal Bureau of Investigators, BFU, final report attributed the cause of the accident to collision with terrain following bad weather. At the presidential event, Minister of Local Government, Richard Chimwendo Banda, announced that a monument at the site is in service for all the departed ones, including the late Vice President Saulos Chilima.
To create a landmark that encourages reflection on the tragic events of 10th June 2024. And second is to honor Saulos Klaus Chilima and 8 others' contribution to Malawi's political and economical growth of this country. Third, Your Excellencies, to inspire future leaders and citizens on good governance, patriotism, and selflessness. And lastly, to act as a reminder to duty bearers, put in place emergency and disaster response mechanism.
This did not amuse those who gathered at the burial site of the late Chilima. The grieving families who chose to be part of the memorial gathering in Nsipe believed the atmosphere better reflected their sorrow and remembrance. Former President Joyce Banda and other opposition political party leaders also boycotted the presidential program and joined the commemorative service in the home village of the late Chilima. Support for the Nsipe event from families, opposition figures, and artists painted a message that many Malawians were seeking authenticity over formality in the face of the national grief. Simeon Salambula, a political friend of the late Chilima, spoke at the event in Nsipe, Nchewu district.
His untimely death in a tragic plane crash that took us to our core, but his legacy lives on in the body he founded and the values he instilled in each one of us.
Government's Chikangawa function, once seen as a vital time of national mourning, stood overshadowed by a parallel event that seemed to have captured the nation's true sentiment. Furthermore, at the Nsipe gathering, opposition political parties did not only show their presence, but were allowed to speak, a gesture that many described as inclusive and respectful. Some human rights observers viewed this as a political statement, as it highlighted growing dissatisfaction with how the government handled the tragedy
and that report by George Mango in Blantyre. Well, it is that time of the day where we say good afternoon to the Upside team. That's Tebogo Lekhuleni. How are you today?
I'm fantastic. Warm, apparently not as cold as it was yesterday. I'm glad we brought the sun with us from Cape Town yesterday.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. And how are you?
Fantastic.
Great. What's coming up today?
So our first conversation this afternoon, a new topic of mine, a new favorite topic of mine, farming. But getting into the agri space can be quite daunting, especially accessing funding. There's a new tech company that is trying to help agri-businesses thrive. And they're trying to bring about solutions that will make it more accessible funding, and that it can reach more people and not just the elite. And that's what they're trying to do with this fintech innovator helping these agribusinesses in South Africa. Then we go to Cape Town, go back to Cape Town, where the Future Hospitality Summit is about to spark big conversations and bold changes to hotel investments across Africa. And then Father's Day is around the corner. Don't get your dad socks. They are tired of socks. Give them an experience. How about an extreme sport? Take them to one of those driving experiences where they take a Ferrari, drive it as fast as they can, drift it, spin it. Now that's a gift for a dad. So we'll be talking about some gifting ideas for Father's Day.
All right, all that and more coming up at the top of the hour on The Upside with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Nompumelelo Ngubeni. For myself, Lulu Gabu, and the Africa Update team, that's our producer Tracy Bumgard, our technical operator Didimalo Macau, and social media Elaine Bengani. It's been a great one. Let's do this again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Looking at your latest news this hour, the body of the late former Zambian President Edgar Lungu will not be repatriated to the country today. Tension is mounting regarding the repatriation and funeral of Lungu, while the government has announced an official funeral. The opposition parties Patriotic Front and Family are in disagreement with some of the plans the government has put forward. A further announcement will be made in due course as to when the body of the late former president will arrive in Zambia. Channel Africa correspondent in Zambia, Arthur Davis Sikopo, explains.
Currently, the family has put its foot down that they will not release the body from South Africa to Zambia until further notice, probably when whatever they are doing is done. But of course, government was expectant that the body will be released today and will be flown to Zambia so that it can lay instead. Then the burial takes place on Saturday. But all this is still pending because talks are still going on right about now.
Botswana has started relocating over 400 asylum seekers who have been detained at the Francistown Center for Illegal Immigrants. The asylum seekers from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, Somalia, Ethiopia, and the better part of the Great Lakes region have been living under detention for years, with some having been at the center for over 15 years. Botswana's Justice and Correctional Services Minister Nelson Ramaudwana says the decision was taken following the realization that the asylum seekers were detained without having been convicted or charged of any offences.
Botswana continues to maintain an open-door asylum policy in line with its international obligations. We reaffirm our commitment to protecting you and ensuring your safety and well-being in this stay in Dugi camp. We recognize our right to seek asylum. We are dedicated to afford you transparent, fair process when we consider your applications for asylum status.
The war in Sudan has pushed millions to the brink, with South Darfur amongst the hardest hit regions. In a report by Doctors Without Borders, Voices from South Darfur details the violence, hunger, and widespread insecurity that's facing civilians, particularly women and children. Sudan's conflict between the army and the rival Rapid Support Forces has displaced millions and split the country into rival zones of control, with the RSF still deeply embedded in the Western Sudan. Humanitarian Affairs Advisor for MSF, Dr. Kyle McNally, explains.
We see staggering rates of sexual violence, and when we look at this, we see also some very concerning observations within the data. Not only do we have hundreds of survivors coming to clinic and coming for care since we opened services in the middle of last year, but what we notice is that we have high confidence that this is really just the tip of the iceberg, and we know that there's a lot of women who are unable to access care. We also know that despite the fact that the conflict has now been going on for more than 2 years, amongst the hundreds of survivors that we have now treated, we see more than 50% of those survivors have been attacked by non-civilians.
Struggle stalwart Mavuso Msimang says there is a sense of urgency in South Africa to tackle the challenges that the country is facing, especially the high unemployment rate. President Cyril Ramaphosa has announced that a national convention will take place on August the 15th this year to set the agenda for a national dialogue on the country's challenges. He says all the sectors of society will be given a voice to determine how problems should be addressed and how to build a better country for future generations. Simango says an inclusive dialogue is crucial because the situation in the country is dire.
The situation is really bad. You see it in the streets. People are poor. 30 years on, really poor. In fact, statistics indicate that there's been an increase. Unemployment, I was glad the president talked about, confesses that unemployment is high and there's underemployment. Worst is that it's happening among young people. So there's really a need. I don't think we should allow this not to be successful.
Lastly, the 2025 Nelson Mandela Day has been launched in Johannesburg, South Africa. The day is an annual global celebration that takes place on the 18th of July to honor the life and legacy of Nelson Mandela. The CEO at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, Dr. Mbongiseni Buthelezi, says Madiba still commands a lot of respect around the world.
Something that we need to not lose sight of, that as much as in South Africa, certain forces would like us to diminish Madiba, to diminish the massive achievements that we've earned. And how we continue, by the way, to fight for justice, to be a troublemaker for the right causes in the world, is something that remains revered for, that we should not lose sight of in South Africa. Because also of that amazing respect that Madiba still commands in the world.
For any news stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us +27 11714 4459. Channel Africa News, I am Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
It is 6 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. Welcome to The Upside on Channel Africa with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni. I'll be with you all the way to 4 p.m. Central African Time. We're coming to you live from the Auckland Park Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Hope you're keeping warm this afternoon. From what I've been told, today is slightly warmer than it was yesterday. But we have got a hot lineup for you on The Upside, and you can tune in on our social media platforms, stream us live, see our studio, see our faces at Channel Africa on Facebook, at Channel Africa on YouTube. If you have DSTV, it's channel 802, OpenView channel 628. As always, you can stream us on www.channelafrica.co.za. What about if you have an app? Not if you have an app. If you have a iOS store, Play Store, Apple's, I don't know what these stores are called. Download the SABC Plus app so you can travel with us wherever you go, anywhere around the world. And as always, we'd love to hear from you. How are you doing this fine Hump Wednesday? How's your day going so far? And where are you tuned in from on this beautiful Wednesday? +27 63 406 9126 is the WhatsApp line. So here's what's coming up on the show this afternoon. We sip on Rooibos tea, right? I'm a huge fan of Rooibos tea. I know there are some people who don't like Rooibos tea. For some reason, they want something stronger. I love the flavor of Rooibos tea. But anyway, the conversation is not about Rooibos tea. But how do we know, do we really know the ripple effect it has on Africa's economy. We are going to be speaking to a fintech innovator helping agri-businesses thrive. The fintech company is called Pumpkin.io, a platform that's empowering these businesses with financing, training, and real-world solutions. So if you care about where your food comes from and the future of African entrepreneurship, you will have to stay tuned in for that conversation. And if you have any questions, you want to be a farmer yourself, you want to get into the agribusiness sector, then this conversation is going to be for you. Send through your questions, concerns, +2763 406 9126. And then we go back to Cape Town, where we were yesterday as the Upside, where the Future Hospitality Summit is about to spark some big conversations and bold hotel investments across Africa. And then Father's Day is coming up this Sunday. Don't just get dad socks or a tie. Get him an experience. How about a chance to drive a Ferrari? Spin it around, drive it as quickly as he possibly can. Just have a good time. We'll be sharing some gifting ideas for Father's Day this Sunday. That's all coming up on The Upside. As always, stay tuned on our social media platforms and let me know where you're tuned in from. +2763 406 9126. It's 10 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. Welcome to The Upside.
Broadcasting in 5 different languages, connecting the continent. This is Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Mix Vibration sur Channel Africa.
Révérend Dr Alain.
Je suis content, très heureux d'être de la partie ce soir et bonjour à tous nos auditeurs.
Je rappelle que pour les intimes, il vous appelle bien sûr BMB. Aujourd'hui, nous parlons courage sur Mix Vibration. Comment définissez-vous le terme courageux?
Ça vient du latin cor, qui veut tout simplement exprimer la bravoure, la force de l'âme ou encore la virilité, le héroïsme que quelqu'un peut avoir en face de difficultés, en face de problèmes, en face de défis.
Mix Vibration, tous les dimanches de 18h à 19h, temps universel.
Connecting Africa to the world. The Upside with Nompumelelo Ngubeni and Tebogo Lekhuleni. Bringing you Africa's brightest ideas and untold stories. Now, one voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent. African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices. English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. Not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it. For business, for culture, for Africa, partner with Channel Africa because Africa's voice is the future. Africa is a story, a living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, one voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent. African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices. English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it. For business, for culture, for Africa, partner with Channel Africa, because Africa's voice is the future. Africa is a story, a living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, one voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent, African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices: English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and
15
Portuguese.
minutes after 1 p.m. Central African time, African Beauty, Diamond Platinums featuring Omarion. What a banger of a song celebrating Africa. I mean, in there is, he's talking about women, but let's talk about Africa as the continent and its beauty, African beauty there. Diamond Platinums featuring Omarion. It is 15 minutes past 3 p.m. Central African time. As I mentioned, it is The Upside with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni. Catch us on our social media platform at Channel Africa on Facebook and YouTube. We're currently streaming live, and also on DSTV 802, OpenView channel 628, and stream us on www.channelafrica.co.za. How's your day going so far? We're about to get into a conversation about agribusiness. Have you been considering getting into this sector yourself? I know earlier I mentioned that it's an exciting topic for me. I have a newfound respect, appreciation, and also I'm inspired to get into the agribusiness myself. So in the not so distant future, you may hear that Debza has launched a farm somewhere. And if I were to be planting any vegetation or growing any specific crops, it would be maize meal. There's so much you can do with it. Anyway, let me not waffle on. We all love a perfectly ripe avocado or a warm cup of rooibos. But have you ever stopped to think about the local farmers and food innovators behind these products? Across Africa, small and medium agri-food businesses are fueling economies, creating jobs, and feeding nations. But many of them are fighting uphill battles just to survive. Today we are joined by Zahir Dinda, CEO and co-founder of Pumpkin.io, a platform that's empowering these businesses with financing, training, and real-world solutions. And if you care about where your food comes from and the future of African entrepreneurship, this conversation is absolutely for you. Zahir, thank you so much for your time and welcome to The Upside.
Hi, Tebogo. Thanks for having me on the show, and a big hello to all the folks watching and listening in from everywhere.
Zahir, let's talk about Pumpkin.io. It seems a very unique offering and one that is very relevant and much needed, especially in the agri-food business where so many farmers, as I alluded to earlier, are struggling just to access basic funding. Let's talk about the inception point and what gap you had identified that brought about Pumpkin.io.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. Inspired by our time working with SMEs, inspired by our time working within banking. There are a lot of good folks on both of those sides that really want to solve this issue.
Yeah.
For us, that's where the inspiration came from. But what we realized is how difficult it is for the bigger lenders, for the bigger institutions, to work with SMEs, to understand the language of SMEs. Quite often, what's demanded is the reverse. It's demanded that SMEs speak the language of lenders, and that's pretty much what we want to do. Sort of turn that around so that we are closer to and speak the language of the SMEs.
Zaire, if you could maybe explain or share just one of the biggest challenges, financing challenges, particularly for agri entrepreneurs, what would that be?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us there's two fundamental challenges, right? And I think it's important to understand and to note the challenges on both sides of this. What are the challenges that the SME faces, and what are the challenges that the lender faces, and why a business like Pumpkin even exists? Right. Yeah. So there's obviously the fundamental problem we're solving is, of course, there's a massive funding gap, right? Not just for SMEs in South Africa, but across the continent, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
The reason that it's so difficult on the lending side is that lenders find it very difficult to make any money off small tickets. Essentially, it takes quite a lot of resources for a big lender to structure a deal, and that's why they tend to focus on the larger deals, because they can make a bit of a return on the larger deals. On the small deals, it takes way too much resources for them. The second problem is, even if those products existed for SMEs can't access them because they don't have the credit stories, the financial stories, the credit records, and financial records essentially, right? Being able to tell a solid credit story about yourself as an SME is a really, really costly thing. It's time consuming. And unfortunately, most SMEs fail before they even get to sort of tell that story. Most SMEs fail because they don't have the capital to survive those shocks.
We are currently in conversation with the CEO and co-founder of Pumpkin.io, Zaire Dinda. We'll take a quick breather. It's 20 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African time. A moment for you to send through your questions. If you are in the agri-food business and have questions for Zaire, please send them through on our WhatsApp line, +2763 406 9126.
Darubini ya Afrika na I am Henry Shakif.
Hawa wa Afrika Kusini wenye asili ya kizungu ambao wamepewa ukimbizi huko nchini Marekani. Je, nini chanzo cha wao kuomba ukimbizi nchini Marekani?
Wenyewe hawajaomba ukimbizi. Kuna shirika fulani inaitwa AfriForum, shirika mbili za wazungu ambao wanatetea haki ya wazungu hapa, AfriForum na Solidarity. Hao walienda Marekani kufanya kampeni kusema kwamba wazungu wananyanyaswa hapa Afrika Kusini, na walivyofanya hiyo kampeni, serikali iweza kuwafuatilia kujua nini ambacho mnasema kwamba mnanyanyaswa.
Kuna namna ya wao kwamba wamepoteza uraia wa Afrika Kusini, na je, endapo Trump akamaliza muda wake madarakani, uhalali wao wa kuishi nchini Marekani ukoje?
Itakuwa vigumu, kifupi itakuwa vigumu wenyewe kupoteza uraia wao.
Darubini ya Afrika 11 kamili hadi 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
The Upside. On the Upside, your voice matters.
It is 22 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African time. We are still in conversation with Zaire Dinda, CEO and co-founder of Pumpkin.io, a platform which is helping agri-food businesses thrive. Zaire, let's talk about how you are going about doing that. I'd mentioned earlier during the intro that there's some financing training, real-world solutions. What do those actually look like?
Yeah. So I guess fundamentally, to solve those problems, we have to use technology. So we use technology to get the data we need, to make better lending decisions and to get the capital to the SMEs, that needed to thrive. The most important part of our solution, and I'm going to come back to the financial education, etc., but I'll first make the point about our solution. Yeah. The most important part about it is our funding ladder. It's really relevant. The funding ladder is designed to support businesses as they grow. So an SME starts with a small facility. We learn about their repayment behavior. We improve our ability to forecast their needs, their affordability, and over time, we develop a very deep understanding of their business and their credit profile. Importantly, larger tickets are unlocked when proven tickets. So this structured loan scaling algorithm, our funding ladder, is what makes us unique, and it's how we build sort of lasting relationships. This is important. The sort of scaling and step-by-step nature of our facilities is important because it's through that process that we learn about each other. SMEs learn about what makes us happy, what is it that will unlock further growth capital for them, and we learn about SMEs. And that's precisely how we do it. It's this exchange of information, this exchange of growth ideas that allows us to build these long-term partnerships.
Zai, how do you then go about assessing, and this particular platform that is pumpkin.io, how do you go about assessing if a business is ready to be scaled and that it is one that can be fundable?
Yeah. So for us, businesses that exist already and have existed for sort of 6 months to 12 months, entrepreneurs that have survived that really early stage and have started generating revenue, that's really the entry point for us. There are other sort of wonderful funders that start a bit earlier, but that's a sort of starting point for us. Businesses who have then survived this first couple of months, need to start doing things that allow us to track how formal and good they are, right? So we are looking for good entrepreneurs and evidence of good entrepreneurs. And the best way for us to see that is if folks use their sort of business bank account, that all their transactions are going through this bank account, that there is a record of trade, a record of their operational performance. So we take data points like that. We take their transaction history, we take information about, who they've supplied, the type of inputs they use, and we essentially plug that into our algorithm and plug that into our thinking. And what we want to identify are folks that have grit, folks that are able to sort of generate consistent revenue, folks that have done that in the sort of good times and the bad times. Those are the folks who are back.
And also, just to clarify, it's not just farmers that you are helping out, anyone who's contributing to the agri-food business.
Spot on. So it's the entire value chain, the folks that are doing processing, aggregating, lots of wonderful entrepreneurs within food do some farming, they'll do multi-crops, but they'll also possibly have a contract with one of the bigger off-takers, and they might do some aggregation. They might not have enough produce on farm, but they'll go to their neighbor's farm and go, hang on, we need to fill up this order of butternuts. Let's make sure we can do that. Other folks do some light processing, like slice and dice, etc. So we're interested in all those folks. In fact, we've backed a couple of manufacturing businesses as well, folks that bake biscuits, folks that do sauces and pastes, and quite a lot of them you'll find in our retailers across the country.
Amazing. I want to know what advice you'd like to give, especially young people who want to get into this space and perhaps don't have the capital, or they just have a brilliant idea. And here you are as pumpkin.io and you're saying, listen, pull through, especially if you're a startup, we can help you. What advice do you want to give to them, especially in ensuring that they set up businesses that can thrive?
Yeah, to be honest, we're the ones that should be getting advice from the entrepreneurs. We're the ones that should be listening, because the one thing that we want to do differently is, rather than force them to work our way, we want to work their way. So we have to be doing the listening, but that is, shying away from the question. There is an answer to the question, and that is, we can't back any business that doesn't have evidence. Evidence of excellence, evidence of trying really hard, and that kind of data and evidence needs to be verifiable. So have your business registered, pay taxes, go through the sometimes painful processes of getting the business bank account, etc., etc. To do those things that are formal, they're sometimes time consuming, but they're not that, I would say, expensive in the grander scheme of things. To do that, run a great business, and then get in touch with us, and the partnership will do the rest.
Amazing. And one final question from my end is that, where do you think the future of agriculture on the African continent lies? Is it in exporting, or perhaps feeding the local market because people want to buy local?
Well, it's both. I think the one thing we have to realize about agriculture is that it is a very sophisticated industry, and it can be very labor absorptive. So agriculture can absorb labor when it comes to simple things like picking, but it also needs engineers. It also needs financiers and economists and really big thinkers to link all of these things. So agriculture is wonderful in that you can have an entire economy thrive and needs a high level of sophistication. So I would say that is the answer. The answer is it will make us a lot more sophisticated. We will eat that food and share it with the world,
Where can people find out more about pumpkin.io and where do you operate specifically?
Yeah, for now we operate in South Africa, but we have ambitions, to be continental wide. Where you find us, it's a funny one because our spelling is rather unique. So you can find us at PUMPKN. So it's pumpkin without the I, pumpkin.io. It's bizarre spelling, and that's because we're a fintech business, and there has to be something interesting in the name, isn't it?
Well, it's a conversation starter, and we certainly will be paying attention to it. Zahir, thank you so much for your time, and all the best in scaling this business of yours, pumpkin.io, and also helping all these agri-food entrepreneurs thrive in this economy. Thank you so much for your time.
Wonderful. Thanks for having me. All the best.
The voice there of Zahir Dinda, CEO and co-founder of pumpkin.io. And just to help you spell that, pumpkn.io, a platform that's empowering the agri-food businesses with financing, training, and real-world solutions. Check them out. It is 30 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African Time. Musibudi Makura has your sports news.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Mamelodi Sundowns goalkeeper Ronan Williams emphasized that there is no time to feel sorry for themselves. This after missing on the CAF Champions League title, especially with the FIFA Club World Cup fast approaching. The Brazilians are set to face Ulsan HD in Orlando, Florida next week and have already departed to acclimatize to the summer weather conditions in the USA. Sundowns will also compete against the likes of Borussia Dortmund as well as Fluminense in Group F, a challenging schedule that will also test coach Miguel Cardoso's squad even more with the continental competition. Speaking just before their departure a few days ago, Williams stated that there would be no more pity parties as their eyes are now set on representing the African continent at the FIFA Club World Cup.
But you have to go again. You know, at Mamelodi Sundowns, there's always another opportunity, and there's no bigger than this. And we can't be mourning for too long. This is massive. That's probably the biggest club competition. So we're excited. We're looking forward to it. And like I said, when I saw the training today, you could see, the energy is back, the spark is back, and that 5 days done as well.
Now, Williams did acknowledge it would have been a fairy tale story to arrive in the USA as African champions had pyramids not stand Mamelodi Sundowns in the second leg.
Perfect world, that would have been perfect for us, was to wrap up the Champions League, lift the trophy and go to the Club World Cup, as continental champions, and obviously we would go with that confidence. But now we need to dig deep, because yes, we didn't win, and it's probably the hardest defeat of my career, I'm sure the team as well.
Senegal became the first African team to beat England in 22 games on Tuesday, winning 3-1 in an international friendly match played at the City Ground thanks to goals from Ismaila Sarr, Habib Diarra as well as Cheikh Sabale. Now, Senegal stretched their unbeaten streak to 24 games with England's loss, which also included a disallowed late goal from Jude Bellingham for a handball in the build-up, and was their first defeat in 4 games under new head coach Thomas Tuchel. Now, the captain Harry Kane says the team was not good enough on the night.
Again, not really good enough. I think we had, again, moments, but just both with and without the ball, just aren't quite clicking, aren't quite finding the right passes, the right tempo. 1v1, we're losing duels, we're losing... just that aggressive nature that we've had. So and we got punished. We're playing against a good side, but again, too much that just weren't good enough today.
Brazil qualified for the 2026 FIFA World Cup with a 1-0 win against Paraguay in the South American qualifying to give Carlo Ancelotti his first ever win as the manager of Brazil. Now, Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. scored from close range in the second half. This after finishing after fine work from Manchester United bound playmaker Mateus Cunha. Now, the victory, Ancelotti's first after goalless draw against Ecuador on his debut just last week, means Brazil have now qualified for every edition of the FIFA World Cup. Elsewhere, World Cup holders Argentina played out to a 1-1 draw with Colombia in Argentina. Liverpool winger Luis Diaz opening the scoring with a fine individual goal and dancing through three defenders before finishing past Aston Villa goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez. Argentina were then reduced to 10 men with about 20 minutes remaining when Chelsea midfielder Enzo Fernandez was sent off for a high boot challenge on Colombia's Kevin Gastano. But Lionel Messi's side found an equalizer 9 minutes from the end of the match through Leon's Thiago Almada, leaving Colombia 4 points clear of 7th placed Venezuela. Ecuador, Argentina's nearest challengers, booked their spot at next year's FIFA World Cup in Canada, Mexico as well as the USA after goalless draw with Peru. And finally, earlier on, it was the Proteas who won the toss and elected to bowl first in this World Test Championship match against Australia. And so far, the Australians are on 67 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. This after 23.2 overs. At the moment, we have a Marco Jansen who got 2 wickets for South Africa, 2 for 27, while the other wicket was also from Kagiso Rabada, who's basically the main bowler in this match, the main seamer, should I say, for the South Africans in this match against the Australian side. It's the final of the World Test Championship, currently underway at Lords, and it is Australia at the crease, 67 for the loss of 4 wickets rather. It's lunch at the moment, so after lunch, Australia will want to resume on 67 for the loss of 4 wickets, hoping of course to add on to the runs, because at the moment it's not looking good here for the Australian side. South Africa electing to bowl first after conditions were said to be quite gloomy as well as overcast, and these are the conditions that are favouring the bowling side in South Africa in this final at Lords. That's a wrap from the Sports Desk at the hour. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or give us a call on +27 11714 4459. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Musibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective. Africa Update on Channel Africa.
Over 35 organizations are expected to converge at the Union Buildings in Pretoria over illegal immigrants in South Africa. They say South Africa is facing a myriad of challenges and that foreign nationals are worsening the situation. Yes, Khutato, just take us through the main aims of the march, what you're hoping to get from them.
So we are basically saying to the President of the Republic of South Africa, illegal immigration is a pandemic. Implement the laws. It's not that we don't have these laws. How many people are being human trafficked? How many people are being hijacked? Our schools are full. Our hospitals are full. And it's almost as if we're carrying the burdens of the entire Africa at the expense of South Africans. And we are basically saying enough is enough. We want the President of the Republic of South Africa to meet us at the Union Building. We've submitted letters to say that we are coming on this day. We want to meet with him there to give him this mandate, because clearly he has failed citizens. He's failed South Africans by failing to implement the law. That's the most important thing. We are going to give you a mandate. We, the people, shall govern.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu on Channel Africa every weekday from 12 to 2 p.m.
37 minutes after 1 p.m. Central African time. This is The Upside on Channel Africa, the African Perspective. I tell you what, so excited. Musibudi just made me very happy there, giving us the results, the current results of the World Test Championship final between Australia and South Africa at Lords in England. 67 runs for 4 wickets down after 23 overs. South Africa bowling first. Australia seem to be in a bit of a pickle, and they are the current favourites. Yo, go South Africa. Chanduko Legege has your business news.
Business news on on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Good afternoon. South Africa's National Assembly will this afternoon sit to consider the fiscal framework and revenue proposals, which contains the general fuel levy increase. The fuel levy hike proposal was made by the Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana when he tabled the budget in Parliament last month. The majority of members of the Standing Committee on Finance voted in support of the report containing the general fuel levy increase, paving way for it to be implemented. However, it's the National Assembly that will have the final say when it supports or rejects it this afternoon. As South Africa commemorates Youth Month under the theme Skills for the Changing World, Empowering Youth for Meaningful Economic Participation, President Cyril Ramaphosa engaged with youth beneficiaries of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention PYEI and Presidential Employment Stimulus flagship programs in Pretoria. Ramaphosa says the government is working to create more permanent employment opportunities for young people.
I'm delighted that it is through you, young people, that we are doing this. Yes, I know that your own situation is not the most ideal. We are working very hard to create more permanent positions for you in many, many ways in the economy. But when government is dealing with these problems, it also initiates programs like this one.
South Africa and the African continent are gearing up for the Africa Green Hydrogen Summit, which will be held in Cape Town, South Africa this week. The event was preceded by a media launch held yesterday in Johannesburg, attended by South Africa's Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa. The organizers say the event aligns with Africa's green industrialization and sustainability goals. Sisi Halo reports.
It's also expected to showcase the continent's potential as a global leader in green hydrogen production, unlocking investment opportunities and strategic partnerships. Relevant stakeholders in the sector, including government officials, energy ministers, international investors and energy experts, as well as industry leaders and policymakers, are also part of those expected. It is also a key G20-aligned event. The media launch in Johannesburg was attended by Minister of Energy and Electricity in South Africa, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa. He says green hydrogen is crucial for his country.
Kenyan Governor Kamau Tuge says the country's central bank has lowered its 2026 economic growth forecast to 5.4% from 5.6% forecast given in April. Yesterday, the Central Bank of Kenya reduced its 2025 growth forecast to 5.2% from 5.4% as it cut its benchmark lending rate for the sixth meeting in a row, saying it wanted to provide further support to the economy. The central bank rate was lowered by 25 basis points to 9.75%, whereas its previous cut was a larger 75 basis points. Zimbabwe has called on miners to process more minerals domestically. The Minister of Mines, Winston Chitando, says he will ban the export of lithium concentrates from 2027 as the country extends its push for more local processing. Lithium miners in Zimbabwe, who are mostly from China, have been exporting concentrates to their home country. Let's have a look at financial indicators at this hour. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 naira 550. In Botswana, 13 pula 21. Kenya, the dollar is at 128 shilling 417. Zambia, 25 kwacha. The BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is at 5 real 56. Russia, 78 rubles 63. India, 85 rupee 59. China, 7 yuan 17. South Africa, 17 rand 71 cents. $1 is 74 pence to the British pound and 87 to the euro. Commodities, gold is at $3,345. Platinum at $1,261 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $66.99 a barrel. That is all for now. For any business stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or you can call us on +27 11714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Chanduko Ligege.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Darubini ya Afrika na I am Henry Shakif.
Hawa wa Afrika Kusini wenye asili ya kizungu ambao wamepewa ukimbizi huko nchini Marekani. Je, nini chanzo cha wao kuomba ukimbizi nchini Marekani?
Wenyewe hawajaomba ukimbizi. Kuna shirika fulani inaitwa AfriForum, shirika mbili za wazungu ambao wanatetea haki ya wazungu hapa, AfriForum na Solidarity. Hao walienda Marekani kufanya kampeni kusema kwamba wazungu wananyanyaswa hapa Afrika Kusini, na walizofanya hiyo kampeni serikali iweze kuwafuatilia kujua nini ambacho mnasema kwamba mnanyanyaswa.
Kuna namna ya wao kwamba wamepoteza uraia wa Afrika Kusini, na je, endapo Trump akamaliza muda wake madarakani, uhalali wao wa kuishi nchini Marekani ukoje?
Itakuwa vigumu, kifupi itakuwa vigumu wenyewe kupoteza uraia wao.
Darubini ya Afrika 11 kamili hadi 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
We take no sides, none whatsoever. We are the upside.
Stone boy, Wycliffe.
If it's hip, if it's happening, we are talking about it. We talk about what's now, what's next, and most importantly, what matters most on the African.
The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. Not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it. For business, for culture, for Africa, partner with Channel Africa, because Africa's voice is the future. Africa is a story, a living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, one voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent, African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices: English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. Not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it. For business, for culture, for Africa, partner with Channel Africa, because Africa's voice is the future. Africa is a story, a living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, One voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa.
Okay. Channel 802.
More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent. African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices. English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. Not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it. For business, for culture, for Africa, partner with Channel Africa because Africa's voice is the future. Africa is a story. A living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, one voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent. African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices. English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. Not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it.
Palitusokoma pano pa malonje kumvera nyimbo za mu Africa kusangalala kupeza moyo akuti kumva moyo kuti kuyenda bwino pano pa malonje ndiyetu apa tili ndikatswiri oyimba ameneyu ndikatswiri wa dziko la Malawi amene akukhala mdziko la South Africa ndipo amayimba amene akuti ndi Big Nick Malawi. Yatusati kuti kodi moyo wanu oyimba ukuyenda bwanji mu Johannesburg?
Moyo oyimba ukuyenda bwinobwino kwambiri chiliyonse chikutheka ndithu bwinobwino.
Ayi azioneka chiliyonse chikutheka mofa magrasi anu apa mwaka akuti kumenya yonse azioneka zoti azikutheka ndithu mu Johannesburg.
Malonje pa nthawi ya 6 koloko kufikira 7 koloko madzulo lowiruka ndi Stella Longwe.
Join Tebogo and Nompumelelo on the upside, where optimism meets opportunity.
It's 8 minutes before 2 p.m. Central African time. This is indeed the Upside on Channel Africa, the African perspective. And I'll be with you all the way to 4 p.m. Central African time. 2 songs there. We first had Stone Boy from Ghana featuring Wyclef Jean with Pray For Me. And then we went to Central Africa with Gabon's Emma A with Decibel. Hope you enjoyed those 2 song selections on Channel Africa. Stream us live on our social media platforms at Channel Africa 1 on X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and at Channel Africa on Facebook. Use the hashtag side. If you have DSTV, it's channel 802, OpenView channel 628. I would love to hear your predictions on the World Test Championships that are currently taking place in Lords in the United Kingdom between South Africa and Australia. Australia are the current defending Test champions, World Test champions, looking to go back to back. Can South Africa upset the favorites? What do you think? +27 63 406 9126. I want to expand a little bit on this because it's quite a significant one for South Africa. And also, when we say South Africa, when South Africa wins this one, Africa wins. Can we start having that mentality going forward? This will be South Africa's first ICC Global Trophy in over 2 decades. That's why I was very excited when Musibudi told us the current standings. They're currently on lunch, and the scorecard reads 67 runs, if I'm not mistaken, 67 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. South Africa chose to bowl first, the Proteas, and sent Australia into bat. And 4 wickets down between Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen, getting 2 apiece. Really putting a spanner in the works there, because if they upset the favourites and South Africa actually win this test match, it would be phenomenal. It would be an enormous confidence boost and national continental pride. And if they win, should they win this test match, the final, they will break that narrative. I'm sure you know that narrative that the Proteas carry. I'm not going to say it on air because I also don't want to, but you know the narrative. We can break that narrative if South Africa wins this particular test match. And there's money involved as well, right? Quite a substantial pool. The winners will get $3.6 million US. That equates to about 63.8 million rand. And the runners-up, the runner-ups will get $2.16 million. That's equivalent to 38.3 million rand. This money doesn't just go to the players and the coaches, as some people believe it to go. It goes to grassroots as well. Grassroots development. It motivates for infrastructure and facility investment on the African continent, particularly in South Africa in this case. And they will come back as national heroes. So I think it's for all of us on the African continent to wish the team of Tebogo Lekhuleni, I'm just listing them here. Tebogo Lekhuleni, he is the captain. Aiden Markram, Ryan Rickleton, who's in sublime form at the moment. Vian Mulder, Tristan Stubbs, I read it with an Afrikaans accent there. David Bedingham, Carl Verena, Marco Jansen, Keshav Maharaj, Kagiso Rabada, Lungingidi. I think as a continent, we are saying Proteas, go Proteas, go Protea fire, and ensure that you win this test match. And after 2 decades without a trophy. I know there are some soccer teams this year who were celebrating getting a trophy for the very first time after a long time, so they can also relate on how important, how significant this victory is going to be for the Proteas. It's now 3 minutes before 2 p.m. Central African time. I see Kaid is on your way musically, featuring Jackie with Run Away. Enjoy.
For business, for culture, for Africa. Partner with Channel Africa, because Africa's voice is the future. Africa is a story, a living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, one voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent. African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices: English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. Not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it. For business, for culture, for Africa, partner with Channel Africa, because Africa's voice is the future. Africa is a story, a living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, one voice has told it like no other: Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent, African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices: English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift.
Featuring Jackie, Run Away. We are about to run away towards Onele, who has your news. 2 p.m. Central African Time.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Looking at your top stories, the body of the late former Zambian President Edgar Lungu will not be repatriated today, as earlier reported, and the 2025 Nelson Mandela Day launched. Your latest news, greetings to our listeners. The body of the late former Zambian President Edgar Lungu will not be repatriated today, as earlier reported. Tension is mounting regarding the repatriation and funeral of Lungu. While the government has announced an official funeral, the opposition Patriotic Front Party and family are in disagreement with some of the plans the government has put forward. A further announcement will be made in due course as to when the body of the former president will arrive in Zambia. Channel Africa correspondent in Zambia, Ada Davis Sikopo, explains.
Currently, the family has put its foot down that they will not release the body from South Africa to Zambia until further notice, probably when whatever they are doing is done. But of course, government was expectant that the body will be released today and will be flown to Zambia so that it can lay instead. Then the burial takes place on Saturday. But all this is still pending because talks are still going on right about now.
Botswana has started relocating over 400 asylum seekers who have been detained at the Frasertown Center for illegal immigrants. The asylum seekers from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, Somalia, Ethiopia, and the better part of the Great Lakes region have been living under detention for years, with some having been at the center for over 15 years. Botswana's Justice and Correctional Services Minister, Nelson Ramotwana, says the decision was taken following the realization that the asylum seekers were detained without having been convicted or charged of any offense.
Botswana continues to maintain an open-door asylum policy in line with its international obligations. We reaffirm our commitment to protecting you and ensuring your safety and well-being in this stay in Dugi camp. We recognize your right to seek asylum. We are dedicated to afford you transparent, fair process when we consider your applications for asylum status.
South Africa's opposition, the Economic Freedom Fighters Party, has rejected the appointment of eminent persons in the much anticipated upcoming national dialogue with President Cyril Ramaphosa that was announced yesterday. Over 30 people, including the likes of Springbok captain Siya Kolisi and the former MP Lindiwe Mazibuko, have been appointed to form part of the eminent persons group, which will guide the champion of the national dialogue. Sibahle Mota reports.
The EFF says it completely rejects the appointed people who will form part of what is referred to as eminent persons, as there is nothing eminent about most of the individuals. The party says that the appointed members are ANC aligned either by direct membership or through historical or current support of the sitting president and his internal political party ambitions. The EFF says the national dialogue is a politically motivated ploy and patronage that rewards the mascot of the ANC and in some instances the CR17 campaign. The EFF has since called for public participation in the nomination and selection of the eminent persons group.
The 2025 Nelson Mandela Day has been launched in Johannesburg, South Africa. The day is an annual global celebration that takes place on the 18th of July to honor the life and legacy of Nelson Mandela. CEO at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, Dr. Mbongiseni Buthelezi, says Madiba still commands a lot of respect around the world.
Something that we need to not lose sight of, that as much as in South Africa, certain forces would like us to diminish Madiba, to diminish the massive achievements that we've heard, and how he continued, by the way, to fight for justice, to be a troublemaker for the right causes in the world. It's something that remains revered for, that we should not lose sight of in South Africa. Because also of that amazing respect that Madiba still commands in the world.
Lastly, police in the Austrian city of Graz say they found a farewell letter and a non-functioning pipe bomb in the house of a man who shot dead 10 people in the school on Tuesday. Austrians are observing 3 days of mourning. The BBC's Bethany Bell is at the school where the shooting took place.
The police are telling us they found a farewell letter at his home, but that letter didn't reveal, they said, any motivation for this attack. Investigations are continuing, the police say, to try to get to the bottom of this terrible, terrible attack. And here at the school, people have been arriving, they've been laying flowers in front of the school gates. People have put up banners, one saying, "Graz stands together."
Recapping on your top story, Zambian government has revealed that the former President Edgar Lungu will not be repatriated today to Zambia from South Africa. Lusaka is observing 7 days of mourning in honor of its 6th president. Now, for any news stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us +27 11714 4459. Channel Africa News, I'm Onele Tsinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
It is 7 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African Time. Welcome to the second hour of The Upside with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni. I'll be with you all the way to 4 p.m. Central African Time. We are coming to you live from the Auckland Park studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Streamers live, see our lovely studio, see me on our social media platform at Channel Africa on Facebook and at Channel Africa on YouTube. If you have DSTV, it's channel 802, OpenView channel 628, or even better, Download the SABC Plus app so you can travel with us wherever you go, anywhere on the African continent. And as always, www.channelafrica.co.za. Use the hashtag #TheUpside. Chilly Johannesburg this afternoon. Again, not as bad as it was yesterday, as I'm told. We were not around, so we didn't get to experience that. We brought a bit of warmth from the Western Cape this afternoon, and we're certainly hoping that you are enjoying yourself. You're keeping, well, by enjoying yourself, I'm talking about those who are working at home, who get to be under the covers right now. As for the rest of us, keep warm and let's keep you entertained on the upside. In the second hour of the show, we get into conversation about African hospitality's bold new chapter. We head on back to Cape Town, rather, where the Future Hospitality Summit is about to spark some big conversations and bold hotel investments across Africa. If you want to invest yourself, this is a conversation that you definitely need to look out for. And what's on the horizon for you as the consumers, especially those, there are people who go hotel hopping. Like, they love exploring all types of hotels and the features that these hotels have. Some have created YouTube platforms showcasing the various hotels and the unique offerings that each one of them has. And we want to see and find out what the trends are going to be going forward. That conversation is coming up next. And then later on, as always, we have got what caught your eye. Stop thinking about it. In fact, send me a voice note of what caught your eye this afternoon, this morning. I would love to hear from you. The WhatsApp line is +27 63 406 9126. It's 10 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African Time.
June is Youth Month in South Africa. Celebrate Africa's young voices with us. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Got something to say? Are you passionate about issues that matter? Do you have a voice that deserves to be heard? Well, we've got the perfect platform for you. Call in or drop us a WhatsApp on +27 63 406 9126. And we will call you back so you could have your say and be part of the conversation.
30 years of age. I just turned 30 on the 15th of November. So that's who I am,
It's not just talk. It's your chance to air your views. Share your opinion. Engage with the community that values your perspective. Follow us on our social media. Visit our website at www.channelafrica.co.za and get ready to share your views on Channel Africa, the African perspective. Your afternoons just got even better, fresh and exciting. The Upside, hooking you up with today's news from an African perspective. Baby, don't mind on your seat, come give me that. Nompumelelo Ngubeni, Tame Ngubeni talks money, Africa in business, 4 till 5 p.m., 5 till 6. We put on a little bit more color. Vue d'Afrique with Joel Moteba. We go to East and Central Africa and find Darubinia Africa with I Am Shakif. Madapiri gives us some life. Zochitika, 7 till 8 p.m. Maria Mokumalo comes in 8 till 9. We get some useful knowledge. Kalodiscopia, 9 till 10. We take a look in Africa and beyond. Africa World Hour with Sipiso Makwetla. And we close it up with some love. The Hotlines with Shailen Dikumana, 10 till 12 p.m. on Channel Africa. Across borders, across time zones, on air, online. This is Channel Africa. Africa has a voice, and that voice is Channel Africa. It keeps you in motion, speaking, singing, questioning, rising. Wake up with Rise and Shine, 6 till 9. Peter and Asanda, as they bring you breaking news, sharp analysis, and the voices that shape the day. At mid-morning, we get on the move with Palisa and Benjamin, digging into the African lifestyle, people, and the things that make Africa smile. 12 till 1, Africa Update with Lulu Kabu. Getting in-depth, powerful stories, and the perspective you won't hear anywhere else. The Upside, 1 till 4, live and real with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Nompumelelo Ngubeni. Tame Ngubeni talks money, Africa in business, 4 till 5 p.m., 5 till 6. We put on a little bit more color. Vue d'Afrique with Joël Moteba. We go to East and Central Africa and find Darubinia Africa with I Am Shakif. Madapiri gives us some life. Zochitika, 7 till 8 p.m. Maria Mokumalo comes in 8 till 9. We get some useful knowledge. Kalodiscopia, 9 till 10. We take a look in Africa and beyond. Africa World Hour with Sipiso Makwetla. And we close it up with some love. The Hotlines with Shailen Dikumana, 10 till 12 p.m. on Channel Africa. Across borders, across time zones, on air, online. This is Channel Africa. Africa has a voice, and that voice is Channel Africa. It keeps you in motion, speaking, singing, questioning, rising. Wake up with Rise and Shine, 6 till 9. Peter and Asanda, as they bring you breaking news, sharp analysis, and the voices that shape the day. At mid-morning, we get on the move with Palisa and Benjamin, digging into the African lifestyle, people, and the things that make Africa smile. 12 till 1, Africa Update with Lulu Kabu. Getting in-depth, powerful stories, and the perspective you won't hear anywhere else. The Upside, 1 till 4, live and real with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Nompumelelo Ngubeni. Tame Ngubeni talks money, Africa in business, 4 till 5 p.m., 5 till 6. We put on a little bit more color. Vue d'Afrique with Joël Moteba. We go to East and Central Africa and find Darubinia Africa with I Am Shakif. Madapiri gives us
Tested, approved, and trusted by Burna Boy. It is now 15 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. Welcome to the Upside if you've just joined us with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni, and I'll be with you all the way to 4 p.m. Central African time. Join in on our live stream on social media at Channel Africa 1 on X, Instagram, TikTok is where you can find the other shows, posts about what's coming up next. But if you want to stream us and see us in studio, it's at Channel Africa on Facebook and at Channel Africa on YouTube. And remember to use that hashtag The Upside. And as always, would love to hear from you. Where are you based? Where are you tuned in from this afternoon? Our WhatsApp line is +27 63 406 9126. Hope you're keeping warm during this cold front. I know there are some people who enjoy the cold. I am not one of them. I prefer warm, sunny weather, and I'm hoping that this cold front will vanish within the next 2 or 3 days. Well, let's rethink luxury, investment, and opportunity in the African hospitality sector. Picture this. You step into a hotel in Ghana, Rwanda, or the Cape Winelands, and it doesn't feel like a copy of a global chain. It feels like Africa. Not just in decor, but in how it tells the story of the land, the people, and the promise of what's to come. Well, that's the vision behind Valor Hospitality, a group reimagining what it means to invest in and build hotels across the continent. Not just for tourists alone, but for communities, for jobs, and for generational wealth. We are going to be getting into conversation this afternoon with Michael Pownell, managing partner at AMEA. Michael, thank you so much for your time and welcome to the Upside.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for having me.
Let's talk about your first impressions as Valor Hospitality. When it came to expanding into the African market, what was the perspective and the perception that you had of Africa, and how has that perspective changed over time?
Thank you. Great question. As you can see by my appearance, for those that have got my picture in front of an older hotelier, so I'd actually had the opportunity to work and travel through Africa a lot over the last kind of 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
But when we formed Valor Hospitality, it's a hotel management company, effectively, for your listeners to understand what we do. We were not daunted by the fact that Africa is a massive continent. Each country is very, very different, culturally, religiously, politically, geographically. Because most of my team have come up through the business of hotels across the world, and fundamentally, our guests want the same things. They want to be looked after. They want to feel better about themselves when they leave a hotel or a restaurant than maybe when they came. So it hasn't been a surprise, perhaps, what we found across Africa, although doing business is never easy anywhere in the world.
Well, we'll continue the conversation and find out how, especially Valor Hospitality is going to contribute to this year's Future Hospitality Summit Africa in Cape Town, which will be taking place from the 17th to the 19th of June, and find out what the trends are going to be, the conversations that will be held, especially from an African perspective, and how it will be improving the landscape on the continent. It is 19 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African Time. Don't go anywhere. And in fact, if you have any questions for our guest this afternoon, Michael will be readily available to answer some of these. Maybe if you have questions about the summit itself, where the future of hotels is moving towards on the African continent, he is the right person. Send us a WhatsApp +27 63 406 9126. And if you want to see his lovely face, I know he said he's very matured and very old. You don't look a day over 40, Michael. See him on our social media platform, on YouTube at Channel Africa and on Facebook at Channel Africa. We continue the conversation right after this.
Zilipendwa na Abedi Jean de la Croix.
Kwa nini wanamuziki wengi sana wa kizazi kipya hawafiki mbali pale wanapofanya muziki?
Ni kwa sababu kitu cha kwanza ambacho naweza nikaongelea nikagusia zaidi sana ni kusema kuwa wale wasanii wanapotoa ngoma yao ya kwanza ikiwa kama kahiti kidogo tu, wanaanza kutamba mitaani, wanaonekana kama wapo majuu zaidi sana.
Kuna wanamuziki wengine ambao wanakimbilia kwa waganga wa jadi. Hivi muziki na dawa vinaendana?
Kitu cha kwanza naweza nikasema ni kuwa muziki na dawa haviendani. Lakini muziki ni kipaji.
Kuna watu wengine wanashutumu wasanii wengine kwamba wanaroga.
Wanaroga, wale wasanii kama wanaroga ni kutokujiamini tu. Lakini kitu cha muhimu sana ni kipaji.
Zilipendwa kila Jumamosi kuanzia saa 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati hadi saa 1 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
Whatever you want to hear about today's talk, you can only get it on the upside. Every weekday, 2 to 5 p.m. Central African Time.
It is 21 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African Time. We are still in conversation with Michael Pownall. Michael, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. Is it Pownall?
Pownall, yes, like town hall with a P.
Pownall. There we go. Did I say it correctly there?
Lovely. Thank you.
Managing partner, and he will be talking to us about what's coming up at this year's Future Hospitality Summit Africa in Cape Town, where the CEO of Valor Hospitality will be one of the keynote voices there, Ewan McLaughlin. And we want to find out more about Valor Hospitality, Michael, in terms of the work that you are doing, just as a prelude to the conversation we're going to have about the summit. And perhaps, where does Valor Hospitality expand to? We mentioned Africa, but is it just Africa, or are you global?
Okay, I'll unpack that a little bit. As I mentioned earlier, Valor is a hotel management company.
Yeah.
So for your listeners, that basically means, we manage hotels, not own them. So we manage other people's hotels. They could be privately owned, they could be pension funds, groups of investors. And typically we manage them under what would be called a franchise of an international brand. Okay. So that could be Hilton, Marriott, Radisson, whatever. So the client walks into a hotel or stays in a hotel that's a Hilton. They may actually think the hotel is owned by Hilton and operated by Hilton. The chances are it's definitely not owned by Hilton, and it probably isn't managed by Hilton. It'll be managed by a company such as Valor. So that's the first thing to explain. So Valor itself is not a brand, right? We are a service provider. And our goal is to deliver great results commercially and experientially for both the owners of hotels and their guests. Okay. And we all know with restaurants, with hotels, if you have a great experience and you feel you've received great service, great value for money, and a super experience, then you, A, will probably go back, or B, you will tell all your friends. And the opposite to that is if you don't have a good experience. So our niche is to operate hotels across the globe. We actually were founded 14 years ago in Atlanta in the US, but by a gentleman, you've mentioned his name earlier because he's attending next week, Ewan McGlashan. And Ewan's kind of very, very good friend of mine for 30 plus years, because when we started out in the management careers, he was the opening general manager of the Cape Grace Hotel in Cape Town. Oh, wow. Which many of your listeners would be familiar with. And I was the general manager of the Mount Nelson Hotel in Cape Town all those years ago. So effectively we were enemies, if you like, or fierce competitors, but ultimately grew a lot of friendship and professional respect. And when he formed Bala in the US, because he'd been headhunted some years after the Cape Grace to the US, he wanted to start this independent management company, and I stuck my hand up and said, well, I'll do it, but I'm going to do it on an Africa basis. So we've now developed a company across the US, the UK, Africa, and the Middle East in the last 12 years. And we operate about 100 hotels across the various regions. So my responsibility is obviously Africa. I also look after Middle East, based out of Cape Town, but we have a good number of properties really spread across the African continent. And if you want, I can tell you a few of the places that we operate, because it's quite a nice mix. Would you like me to?
We'll certainly ask towards the end of the conversation, so you can list a few of them. For now, I just wanted to find out, how challenging is it then moving across different countries around the world, and then ensuring that when you're managing these hotels, they cater to the local market as well. You had mentioned some of the hotels, Mount Nelson, and some of these hotels, they seem very much for tourists coming from international, countries to enjoy in South Africa, where the locals may not necessarily be able to access it themselves. How are you going about changing that narrative, and perhaps some of the challenges that you experience with trying to do that?
Yeah, look, great question. And it's changed over many years. I think there's no doubt. I first moved to South Africa in 1995. And very much hotels like Mount Nelson were very much for the international visitor only.
Yeah.
Particularly based on price point and affordability. I think that narrative has massively changed over the last 20 years, not just across South Africa, but across the world. Because our younger travelers who've grown up with social media, who've grown up with access to so much travel knowledge, cultural knowledge, photos, videos, movies, when they come to a country, or even within their own country, they want to find authentic experiences and authenticity when it comes to food, when it comes to beverages, when it comes to entertainment, music, art. So we've now moved into an era where, honestly speaking, an international branded hotel that's very American orientated or I don't know European oriented is a misfit. On a regional basis. So what we try to do with our clients is find that real mix where, particularly with our public facilities, and that would be spa, restaurant, bar, nightclub perhaps, or whatever, we really, really appeal and position the products for the local people. All right, for the local people, on the basis that if you can get the locals to support your property,
yes,
your international clients, when they come, who are typically the ones who will stay over, right, because they don't obviously live there, they want to hang out where the locals hang out. You know, where is the cool spot? Where is the cool rooftop bar? Where is the cool, restaurant to go to? So we found that our, focus is to make sure that every property we're involved with has a lot of local collaboration, sense of place, and that can absolutely be through artwork on the walls, music and musicians that we feature, and definitely the food and beverage. And people don't come halfway around the world to have an American beer in a Kenyan
not in Africa,
hotel,
not
right?
in Africa.
Right. They want a Kenyan beer in Nairobi, and they want a Cameroonian beer in Douala, and that's fine. That resonates with us. So we don't find it particularly difficult. But you do also find the counterbalance to that is as Africa's middle class grows. There's a lot of aspirational desire of those younger Africans, professional Africans, who actually want international brands, and you've seen it through clothing, right, and possessions and things.
Yes.
But they'll probably the ones going into our bars and restaurants ordering French champagne and South American rums or tequilas, right, because they actually don't want the local equivalent. So it's a balance. It's a balance.
Michael, I'm going to ask that you please hold the line just for a few more minutes, because I'd like to continue the conversation just to further understand, especially what we can expect from this year's Future Hospitality Summit and in some of the new signings of Valor Hospitality. It is 30 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African time. We'll continue the conversation right after we get the sports news with Musibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Very good afternoon from the Sports Desk. So our lunch has just ended out at Lords. Australia back at the crease, now on 90 for the loss of 4 wickets up against South Africa on the first day of the World Test Championship. It's session 2 at the moment, and Steve Smith as well as Ben Webster at the current crease at the moment for Australia. Smith on 45, Webster on 4, and it's Kagiso Rabada as well as Marco Jansen who are leading in terms of the wickets at 2 apiece for South Africa on the first day of the World Test Championship. So 90 for the loss of 4 wickets after 28 overs are Australia at the moment. Onto this now, Mamelodi Sundowns goalkeeper Ronan Williams emphasised that there is no time to feel sorry for themselves after missing out on the CAF Champions League, especially with the FIFA Club World Cup fast approaching. The Brazilians are set to face for Ulsan HD in Orlando, Florida next week, and have already departed to acclimatise to the summer weather conditions in the USA. Sundowns will also compete against the likes of German side Borussia Dortmund as well as Brazilian side Fluminense in Group F, a challenging schedule that will also test Miguel Cardoso's squad even more than the continental competition. Speaking before their departure a few days ago, Williams stated that there was no need to have a pity party and that all eyes will be on Mamelodi Sundowns, Al Ahly, Esperance as well as Wydad Casablanca as the 4 teams representing the African continent.
But we have to go again. You know, at Mamelodi Sundowns, there's always another opportunity, and there's no bigger than this. And we can't be mourning for too long. This is massive. That's probably the biggest club competition. So we're excited. We're looking forward to it. And like I said, you know, when I saw the training today, you could see, you know, the energy is back, the spark is back, and that 5 days done as well.
Williamston also acknowledged it would have been a fairy tale story for the team to arrive in the USA as African champions and Pyramids not stun Sundowns in the second leg final of the CAF Champions League.
Perfect world, that would have been perfect for us, was to wrap up the Champions League, lift the trophy and go to the Club World Cup, you know, as continental champions, and obviously we would go with that confidence. But now we need to dig deep, because yes, we didn't win, and it's probably the hardest defeat of my career, I'm sure the team as well.
Senegal became the first African team to beat England in 22 games on Tuesday, winning 3-1 in a friendly match played at the City Ground, thanks to goal from Ismail Sarr, Habib Dara, as well as Sheikh Sablé. Now, Senegal stretched their unbeaten streak to 24 games, while England's loss, which also included a disallowed late goal from Jude Bellingham for a handball in the build-up, was their first defeat in 4 games under the new coach, Thomas Tuchel. Captain Harry Kane says the team was not good enough on the night.
Again, not really good enough. I think we had, again, moments, but just both with and without the ball, just aren't quite clicking, aren't quite finding the right passes, the right tempo. 1v1, we're losing duels, we're losing... just that aggressive nature that we've had. So and we got punished. We're playing against a good side, but again, too much that just weren't good enough today.
And finally, Rory McIlroy says his recent loss of form has helped him realise he needs to get his stuff together at this week's US Open after struggling for motivation following his career-defining Masters win. Northern Irishman superstar golfer became just the 6th man to complete his career Grand Slam with his Masters victory in April, but has since struggled, finishing tied 47th at last month's US PGA Championship before missing the cut by 12 shots at last week's Canadian Open. Now, while the 36-year-old said it was important for him to savour his Augusta triumph, he added he wants to move on at Oakmont Country Club as he bids for a second US Open title. It's 14:35 p.m. Central African Time. That's a wrap from the sports desk at this hour. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, our email address is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or give us a call on a +27 11714 4459. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Musibudi Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Ahoy, matey!
Captain here to help, right, boys?
Set sail with us on a digital voyage like no other. Channel Africa has a treasure trove of awesomeness. That is our website and social media pages.
Tell me, why are you here?
We want you to be part of our adventure.
The winds are changing, Captain. And this time...
Imagine a world where curiosity knows no bounds, where entertainment meets enlightenment, and where every click leads to the African perspective. Visit us on our website, www.channelafrica.co.za, or follow us on Instagram or on X at Channel Africa 1. Go on, like us on Facebook at Channel Africa 1. So, spread the word. Tell a friend that Channel Africa's online variety is what they need on the web. Channel Africa, the African perspective.
It is 36 minutes after 2 p.m. Central African Time. You're still locked in on the upside on Channel Africa for the African perspective. Let's head on over now to Tebogo Lekhuleni with business news.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Good afternoon. South Africa's National Assembly will this afternoon sit to consider the fiscal framework and revenue proposals which contain the general fuel levy increase. The fuel levy hike proposal was made by the Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana when he tabled the budget in Parliament last month. The majority of members of the Standing Committee on Finance voted in support of the report containing the general fuel levy increase, paving way for it to be implemented. However, it's the National Assembly that will have the final say when it supports or rejects it this afternoon. As South Africa commemorates Youth Month under the theme Skills for the Changing World, Empowering Youth for Meaningful Economic Participation, President Cyril Ramaphosa engaged with youth beneficiaries of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and the Presidential Employment Stimulus flagship programs in Pretoria. Ramaphosa says the government is working to create more permanent employment opportunities for young people.
I'm delighted that it is through you, young people, that we are doing this. Yes, I know that your own situation is not the most ideal. We are working very hard to create more permanent positions for you in many, many ways in the economy. But when government is dealing with these problems, it also initiates programs like this one.
South Africa and the African continent are gearing up for the Africa Green Hydrogen Summit, which will be held in Cape Town, South Africa this week. The event was preceded by the media launch held yesterday in Johannesburg, attended by South Africa's Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa. The organizers say the event aligns with Africa's green industrialization and sustainability goals. Sisi Halo reports.
It's also expected to showcase the continent's potential as a global leader in green hydrogen production, unlocking investment opportunities and strategic partnerships. Relevant stakeholders in the sector, including government officials, energy ministers, international investors and energy experts, as well as industry leaders and policymakers, are also part of those expected. It is also a key G20-aligned event. The media launch in Johannesburg was attended by Minister of Energy and Electricity in South Africa, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa. He says green hydrogen is crucial for his country.
Kenyan Governor Kamau Tuge says the country's central bank has lowered its 2026 economic growth forecast to 5.4% from 5.6% forecast given in April. Yesterday, the Central Bank of Kenya reduced its 2025 growth forecast to 5.2% from 5.4% as it cut its benchmark lending rate for the sixth meeting in a row, saying it wanted to provide further support to the economy. The central bank rate was lowered by 25 basis points to 9.75%, whereas its previous cut was by a larger 75 basis points. Meta platforms and TikTok say a European Union supervisory fee levied on them is disproportionate and based on a flawed methodology, as they took their fight with tech regulators to Europe's second highest court today. Under the Digital Services Act that became law in 2022, the two companies and 16 others are subject to a supervisory fee amount to 0.5% of their annual worldwide net income, aimed at covering the European Commission's cost of monitoring their compliance with the law. Meta told judges at the General Court it was not trying to avoid paying its fair share of the fee, but it questioned how the Commission had calculated the levy, saying it is based on the revenue of the group rather than of the subsidiary. Let's have a look at financial indicators at this hour. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 naira 550, Botswana 13 pula 21, Kenya the dollar is at 128 shilling 417, Zambia 25 kwacha. BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is at 5 real 56, Russia 78 rubles 63, India 85 rupee 59, China 71.18, South Africa $1 is at 17 rand 71. $1 is trading at 74 pence to the British pound and 87 to the euro. Commodities, gold is trading at $3,333, platinum at $1,259 per ounce, the Brent crude oil at $67.63 a barrel. That is all for now. For any business stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email, newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or you can call us on +27 11714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Chanduko Ligege.
Business News on Channel Africa. The African Perspective.
Well, from Cape Town to Cairo, the future of African hospitality is being redefined, and at the heart of it all are the visionaries managing spaces, deals and destinations that reflect the continent's bold potential. One of the leading voices helping steer this evolution is Michael Pownall, managing partner at Valor Hospitality, the Africa, Middle East and Indian Ocean legs. As delegates gather for the Future Hospitality Summit Africa, happening from the 17th to the 19th of June in Cape Town, Michael joins us to unpack what the summit means for Africa's hospitality ecosystem, from investments and partnerships to property development and people-focused progress. Michael, for those unfamiliar with the summit, what exactly is the Future Hospitality Summit Africa, and why is it such a key event for the continent?
Yes, thank you. Well, it used to be called the Africa Hotel Investment Conference. So that would better explain probably what its purpose is.
Yeah.
But it was renamed as the Future Hospitality Summit just this year, in actual fact. And that's fine because it's about the future, right? It is about the future of hospitality.
Yeah.
There's a series of these events in actual fact around the world, and because I cover the Middle East, we've just had an FHS up in Saudi about 6 weeks ago. So they're global events, but this one clearly focuses pretty exclusively on Africa as a continent and the hotel deals to be done. So it's very much a business driven deal making, introduction of different parties to each other, you know, putting the money men with the property men, with the operators, with the suppliers, with the lawyers, all in one space. Last year it was in Windhoek in Namibia, a year before that I think Nairobi. So this year it's Cape Town's turn. So it's in my home city. So it's great.
How long have you been in Cape Town?
On and off since 1995, but Cape Town definitely my home for the permanent future.
I love the fact that the summit is coming to your hometown. Let's talk about the major themes or topics that you are certainly excited about at this year's summit.
Yeah. Look, our own particular theme for Valor's involvement is certainly to chase deals and get various role players in the hotel world across the continent to understand how we add value to any development.
Yeah.
I think, but there's obviously different attendees who come with a different agenda. The owners and developers of properties tend to come looking for money, right? Sources of finance, friendly loans, softer loans, government support, perhaps. The international hotel brands come along because they typically are based in Middle East, UK, US, and they come down hunting for opportunities. And then any other role players, lawyers come looking to do the deals and the transactions. So I think we all come with a slightly different end goal, but the fact is what pulls us together is the fact that unquestionably, like in many other industries, hospitality in Africa is still quite immature in the sense that we're an emerging continent where, you know, the future in our industry is massive potentially because of the population, because of the, you know, the maturing of democracies and just, you know, the evolving of the continent.
Michael, are there specific trends at the moment when it comes to traveler behavior, especially among African millennials, Gen Z, that are influencing the future of hotel design and experience based on what you have experienced as Valor Hospitality?
Yeah, look, very, very much so. I think, again, it speaks to what I was saying a few minutes ago about how the younger traveler, the younger middle class, the younger professional, perhaps a lot of Africans who've studied overseas or traveled overseas who've come back, and they're not going to take mundane second best hotels, very boring hotels as their places. They're not. They want to go to energetic, lifestyle, what we call lifestyle properties, ones where the locals do hang out there, and the music scene and the food and beverage scene is appealing. So that's a trend that I think's been very, very apparent to us. And that can be at the budget level just as much as it can be at the luxury level. I think a lot of people nowadays, you want to flip between the two. The time for luxury, it's your special wedding anniversary, it's a birthday or whatever, where you happy to splash some cash and go somewhere very exclusive. And then there's just the fact that you want to go with your friends to watch some great sporting activity on the big screen or whatever, and it's a budget thing. So I think we see that those trends being where hotels in most destinations need to be offering a little more than they probably used to back in the day, where it's just about a clean room, hot shower, and maybe a decent breakfast the following day.
Michael, Valor Hospitality seems to be on the pulse of these trends. Share some of your hotel signings and maybe some new ones that you'd like to share as well.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because although Cape Town, South Africa based, and we genuinely thought when we started the company here, all our hotels would end up being within probably 20 kilometers of our office. The absolute opposite has ended up. So we've now got operating hotels in Tanzania, in Zanzibar, Cameroon, the DRC, a beautiful Hilton we operate in Kinshasa. We're going into Kigali, Rwanda, and we're in Mauritius. So that's over the last kind of 7-8 years. We're announcing some new signings, new projects next week at FHS, which I won't give specific detail on, but suffice to say we're doing a few more countries that we hadn't otherwise entered. One is Namibia, 3 properties in Namibia, one in Swakopmund, one in Windhoek, and one in Walvis Bay. And a property in Dakar, which is up in Senegal, quite a hike from Cape Town. And last but no least, we're entering the big, exciting city of Lagos in Nigeria. So some very exciting projects for us over the next few years.
Oh, and we certainly will be keeping an eye out on these exciting deals. Michael, before I let you go, the importance of collaboration and partnerships, especially whether private and public, government, the importance of having them come on board to ensure that when you do establish or manage hotels in specific areas, that it's not just catering to the internationals like we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, well, I think there's 2 things there, to be honest. One is the necessity in any business, but definitely in hospitality, where you need to have strong relationships with local community, whether that's on the business front, with relationships with bankers and the big corporates, the suppliers, or whether it's with your guests and offering guests, local things that local guests would want, which we might not know about. I'm not an expert on the Lagos night scene, but I need to have somebody who is.
Yeah.
And also to overcome then the hurdles, whether it's bureaucratic red tape, logistics, licensing, procurement. I mean, there's a million complications in our business, really, which is why I always smile about what we do, because it's a lot more complicated than I think people might think. But the nut of it is, yes, strong, trusted relationships with owners, with brands, and from our point of view, to build a solid reputation of being go-to operators who can be trusted and will deliver, over a long term, not just a car salesman who sells the dream and then leaves you without a warranty a week later.
Oh, Michael, thank you so much for your insights this afternoon. All the best for the upcoming summit. We certainly hope that you will foster great relationships there and be able to shine a light on the incredible work that Valor Hospitality is doing. And all the best for the upcoming signings that you also have as a business. And thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. You've been very kind. Thanks, Tebogo.
The voice there of Michael Pownall, Managing Partner at Valor Hospitality, Africa, Middle East and Indian Ocean. If you are excited about the future of hospitality in South Africa, and if you are in Cape Town, go to the Future Hospitality Summit Africa, which will be taking place from the 17th to the 19th of June in Cape Town. Find out what the latest trends are and also hear in on Michael and Valor Hospitality on the work that they are doing. Maybe you want to partner up with them. All right, it is now 7 minutes before 3 p.m. Central African time. When we get back, which will be very quickly, what caught your eye?
Embrace our young voices. This month, Channel Africa, celebrating Youth Month.
Imagine uko jangwani umepotea, mchana juani unatembea, utokapo ni mbali, uendapo ni mbali. Mara ngamia mbebaji akatokea, akukushusha mzigo lokulemea, upata fadhari, pole na safari. And that's what you did to me. Yote 9 ila 10, umeonyesha maana ya upendo, si kwa maneno bali kwa vitendo. Umeridhika na
Africa has a voice, and that voice is Channel Africa. It keeps you in motion, speaking, singing, questioning, rising. Wake up with Rise and Shine 6 till 9. Peter and Asanda, as they bring you breaking news, sharp analysis, and the voices that shape the day. At mid-morning, we get on the move with Palisa and Benjamin, digging into the African lifestyle, people, and the things that make Africa smile. 12 till 1, Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, getting in-depth, powerful stories, and the perspective you won't hear anywhere else. The Upside, 1 till 4, live and real, with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Nompumelelo Ngubeni. Tame Ngubeni talks money, Africa in business, 4 till 5 p.m. 5 till 6, we put on a little bit more color. Vue d'Afrique with Joel Moteba. We go to East and Central Africa and find Darubinia Africa with I Am Shakif. Madapiri gives us some life. Zochitika, 7 till 8 p.m. Maria Mokumalo comes in 8 till 9. We get some Lucifer knowledge. Kalodiscopia. 9 till 10. We take a look in Africa and beyond. Africa World Hour with Sipiso Makwetla. And we close it up with some love. The Hotlines with Shailen Dikumana. 10 till 12 p.m. on Channel Africa. Across borders, across time zones. On air, online. This is Channel Africa. Africa is a story. A living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, one voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent. African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices: English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. Not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it. For business, for culture, for Africa, partner with Channel Africa, because Africa's voice is the future.
That's the name of the song. 3 minutes before 3 p.m. Central African Time. Welcome to The Upside if you've just joined us with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni. Very quickly, what caught your eye? I tell you what caught my eye. The national dialogue that is currently trending in South Africa. For those who saw the trend on social media, on X, not quite clued up on what it actually is. The National Dialogue is a government initiated, citizen-led, society-wide conversation. It's led by the President, Cyril Ramaphosa. He made the announcement, and it's aimed at repairing trust, reflecting on the nation's challenges, and shaping a shared vision for the country's future. It will be a multi-phase process, not just a single event, starting with local and sector consultations, followed by provincial and national meetings, and then culminating in national conventions. It will be guided by an eminent persons group, an interministerial committee, and a steering committee to ensure inclusivity and structured implementation. The objectives are to forge a new social compact, a national agreement on roles and mutual responsibilities among government, business, civil society, and individuals, generate a shared national ethos, define what it means to be South African, and reinforce common values and identity actionable pathways forward toward a Vision 2030 and the next iteration of the National Development Plan. Question is, do we need to do more talking? What do you think of the National Dialogue? Aren't ministers and government officials supposed to just do their job? Do their jobs? Is this going to be a productive meeting? Are we going to get something out of it? Because I know that the very first phase will be on August the 15th, where the first national convention is set to outline the dialogue's agenda and structure. What do you think of the National Dialogue? Let me know on TikTok at Channel Africa 1. We're currently streaming on Facebook and YouTube at Channel Africa. It is 3 p.m. Central African Time. Later on, I'll ask Onele what she thinks about the National Dialogue. For now, she's going to give you the news.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Looking at your top stories, the body of the late former Zambian President Edgar Lungu will not be repatriated today, as earlier reported, and the Sudanese army retreat from the Libya-Egypt-Sudan border triangle area. Your latest news. Greetings to our listeners. The body of the late former Zambian President Edgar Lungu will not be repatriated to the country today. Tension is mounting regarding the repatriation and funeral of Lungu. While the government has announced an official funeral, the opposition Patriotic Front Party and family are in disagreement with some of the plans the government has put forward. A further announcement will be made in due course as to when the body of the late former president will arrive in Zambia. Channel Africa correspondent in Zambia, Arthur Davis Sikopo, reports.
currently the family has put its foot down that they will not release the body from South Africa to Zambia until when whatever they are doing is done. But of course, government was expectant that the body will be released today and will be flown to Zambia so that it can lay instead. Then the burial takes place on Saturday. But all this is still pending because talks are still going on right about now.
The Sudanese army says it has retreated from the Libya-Egypt-Sudan border triangle area. The section is now under the control of the paramilitary rapid support forces. The army yesterday accused troops loyal to Eastern Libyan military commander Khalifa Haftar of carrying out an attack alongside the RSF. Haftar's forces denied participating in the cross-border attack. The BBC's Will Ross reports.
This is a big setback for the Sudanese army. It had been using former rebels from Darfur to help it protect the border with Libya, but following fighting this week, they've now withdrawn and the army's rival, the Rapid Support Forces, control the border triangle. This means it'll be far easier for the RSF to bring in weapons via Libya and link up with the Libyan military commander Khalifa Haftar's forces. The Sudanese army says the United Arab Emirates is behind all this. Despite denials from Abu Dhabi, there's strong evidence that the UAE has backed the RSF and Khalifa Haftar's forces.
Botswana has started relocating over 400 asylum seekers who have been detained at the Francistown Centre as illegal immigrants. The asylum seekers from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, Somalia, Ethiopia, and the better part of the Great Lakes region have been living under detention for years, with some having been at the centre for over 15 years. Botswana's Justice and Correctional Services Minister, Nelson Ramaudwana, says the decision was taken following the realization that the asylum seekers were detained without having been convicted or charged of any offence.
Botswana continues to maintain an open-door asylum policy in line with its international obligations. We reaffirm our commitment to protecting you and ensuring your safety and well-being in the stay in Dubi camp. We recognize your right to seek asylum. We advocate to afford you transparent, fair process when we consider your applications for asylum status.
South Africa's opposition, the Economic Freedom Fighters Party, has rejected the appointment of eminent persons in the much-anticipated upcoming national dialogue with President Cyril Ramaphosa that was announced yesterday. Over 30 people, including the likes of Springbok captain Siya Kolisi and the former MP Lindiwe Mazibuko, have been appointed to form part of the eminent persons group, which will guide and champion the national dialogue. Sibahle Mota reports.
The EFF says it completely rejects the appointed people who will form part of what is referred to as eminent persons, as there is nothing eminent about most of the individuals. The party says that the appointed members are ANC aligned either by direct membership or through historical or current support of the sitting president and his internal political party ambitions. The EFF says the national dialogue is a politically motivated ploy and patronage that rewards the mascot of the ANC and in some instances the CR17 campaign. The EFF has since called for public participation in the nomination and selection of the eminent persons group.
Lastly, police in the Austrian city of Graz say they found a farewell letter and a non-functioning pipe bomb in the house of the man who shot dead 10 people at a school on Tuesday. Austrians are observing 3 days of mourning. The BBC's Bethany Bell is at the school where the shooting took place.
The police are telling us they found a farewell letter at his home, but that letter didn't reveal, they said, any motivation for this attack. Investigations are continuing, the police say, to try to get to the bottom of this terrible, terrible attack. And here at the school, people have been arriving, they've been laying flowers in front of the school gates. People have put up banners, one saying, "Graz stands together."
Recapping on your top story, the Zambian's government has revealed that the former President Edgar Lungu will not be repatriated today to Zambia from South Africa. Lusaka is observing 7 days of mourning to honor its 6th president. Channel Africa News, I'm Onele Nzinzi.
SABC News. The African Perspective.
It is 7 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African Time, the final hour of The Upside with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni. We're coming to you live from the Auckland Park Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Where are you listening from? Where are you tuned in from? Anywhere around the world, we'd love to hear from you. Our WhatsApp line is +27 63 406 9126. And if you'd like to see our studio and see the presenters on the show, go to Facebook at Channel Africa and at Channel Africa on YouTube. If you have DSTV, it's channel 802, OpenView channel 628, and as always, you can download the SABC Plus app so you can travel with us wherever you go. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of The Upside. We're about to wrap up. If you've just joined us, where have you been? We are about to get into a conversation that will make every father happy. Dads out there, be honest. Do you like socks and ties as gifts for Father's Day? In actual fact, it's not just Father's Day. During your birthday as well, you get socks and ties. What would you like? What's the ideal gift that you would like as a dad? Father's Day is coming up this Sunday. And I would like to hear from you, because in this conversation, in the next conversation that we'll be having in about 5 minutes time, we chat to the founder of Race Day Events in Moederfontein, where petrol heads get to live out their dreams by taking some of the world's most iconic supercars for a spin. From Lamborghinis to Ferraris to Aston Martins. Now that is a gift, creating memories. So we are doing away with the socks. In fact, let me know on our WhatsApp line. What is your dream gift as a dad? What would you like to receive? And maybe share some previous gifts that you've received before that you didn't really enjoy, but you didn't say anything because the kids, they were well-meaning through it all. +27 63 406 9126. It's 10 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African Time.
Annie Kalonji sur Channel Africa.
Nous allons danser au son de Haya, que je dédicace à vous tous, chers auditeurs, qui êtes en train de suivre cette émission Mix Vibration. N'oubliez pas, vous pouvez nous suivre à partir de l'application SABC+. Vous choisissez Channel Africa pour suivre l'émission en direct. Nous allons danser au son de Haya.
Annie Kalonji. Tous les dimanches sur Mix Vibration.
Channel Africa, your voice, your sound, and your home. Stay logged right here.
Figiso lekhaya ngathola manza wekho Githe figiso lekhaya ngathola ikatile lesiko.
Africa has a voice, and that voice is Channel Africa. It keeps you in motion, speaking, singing, questioning, rising. Wake up with Rise and Shine 6 till 9. Peter and Asanda as they bring you breaking news, sharp analysis, and the voices that shape the day. At mid-morning, we get on the move with Palisa and Benjamin, digging into the African lifestyle, people, and the things that make Africa smile. 12 till 1, Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, getting in-depth, powerful stories, and the perspective you won't hear anywhere else. The Upside, 1 till 4, live and real, with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Nompumelelo Ngubeni. Tame Ngubeni talks money, Africa in business, 4 till 5 p.m. 5 till 6, we put on a little bit more color. Vue d'Afrique with Joel Moteba. We go to Eastern Central Africa and find Darubinia Africa with I Am Shakif. Madapiri gives us some life. Zochitika, 7 till 8 p.m. Maria Mokumalo comes in 8 till 9. We get some useful knowledge. Kalodiscopia. 9 till 10. We take a look in Africa and beyond. Africa World Hour with Sipiso Makwetla. And we close it up with some love. The Hotlines with Shailen Dikumana. 10 till 12 p.m. on Channel Africa. Across borders, across time zones. On air, online. This is Channel
No.
We take no sides, none whatsoever. We are the Upside.
I tell you what, a lot of people in Johannesburg last week, when they got home, they realized that amanzi awekho. There's no water. That was Joe Nina there. It's 14 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African time. Welcome to the Upside with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni. Remember to go on to our social media platforms so you can see our interaction, see the studio, see the presenters. It's at Channel Africa on Facebook and at Channel Africa on YouTube. And you can also see our amazing guest who is on the line right now. This Father's Day, ditch the socks and aftershave. How about a Lamborghini instead? That's the idea behind race day events in Mudderfontein, where petrol heads get to live out their dreams by taking on some of the world's most iconic supercars for a real spin. Whether it's the growl of a Ferrari or the elegance of an Aston Martin, this isn't just about speed, it's about making memories. Joining us is Jared Welby Cook, the man behind the wheel of it all, to tell us how he's turning fantasy into reality, one engine roar at a time. Jared, good afternoon and welcome to the Upside.
Hey, welcome, bud. Thanks for having me.
Let's start off by asking, Jared, are you a dad?
I'm a stepdad, yeah.
So let's talk about some of the gifts you've received from the kids.
Look, I think it's just the usual socks and undies on my side. Haven't been fortunate enough to have a gift like this before.
And besides the driving experience, which we're going to talk about now, what would be your ideal gift as a dad?
Jeez, well, I suppose I'm going to be pretty biased in my response here, but, I'm a petrol head, I'm a car guy, so, being out and, just being on beautiful roads, driving amazing cars, that's kind of where I'm at. So Some would say I'm a bit boring in that sense. It's the only thing that interests me. But that's me in a nutshell.
So this was definitely a passion project then, race day events. How did it come to life?
Yeah, absolutely. I come from a motorsport background, a lot of driver training. In its infancy, it was actually a racing business. So we had racing cars on a racetrack, and it was just we were sort of fueling with a very small segment of people, and it wasn't really a big enough thing. And we pivoted into the supercars about 2 years ago, and it's been amazing. The feedback from our clients is phenomenal. We're showing some amazing growth. So I think we've nailed the product now.
And I'm guessing you are fully booked for Father's Day, aren't you?
Of course we are. We've always got a few spaces left, but we've had a fantastic response to Father's Day this year.
It's super exciting. Let's talk about the current fleets that you have. I mean, I mentioned the Ferrari, the Lamborghinis. What else do you have?
So we got a Ferrari, we've got a Lamborghini, we've got an Audi R8, we've got a Porsche 911 Turbo. We have a little car called an Ariel Atom, which is quite famous from Top Gear for almost ripping Jeremy Clarkson's face off.
we still see that circulating, that image on X and on TikTok.
That's it.
And in terms of SUVs, it's supercars, isn't it? So you don't have any big
100%.
cars.
No. We purely focus on supercars. That's our niche. We're the only guys in South Africa that offer an experience like this. We're certainly one of the best experiences in South Africa, if not in the world.
Let's talk about a typical experience. How would that look like, and the different packages that you have as race day events?
Sure. A typical day, depends on what the client has requested, what they've booked. Most clients will book multiple vehicles, not just one. So, they sort of arrive, we get through a bit of documentation, and we try to get them into the vehicles as soon as we can. Let's get out on the road and let's go do what they're here to do, So, we get them out on the road, they come back, we, get them into the next vehicle. We're fortunate that everything is very hands-on with us. So we actually do our briefing and our safety stuff in the vehicle with the client one-on-one. And typically from there, they want to do more things, and then they book more cars on the day, and how it goes. I mean, petrol heads are like that. They want to experience everything, right?
I want to know, is this all happening at a track, or are you going out onto the actual road?
So we do it on the actual road. To capture the essence of a supercar, it is a road car, so it's at home on the road. We've got a beautiful route that we do, which gives us a nice balance of, feeling the performance of the car, as well as just, getting to know all the other quirks of these vehicles. It's about the sound. It's about the people in traffic hooting at you and smiling at you. So it's more than just performance. And I think we've got the right route that we're able to capture everything in one experience.
Oh, it's so exciting, and I can't wait to continue this conversation with you, Jared. If you have any questions for Jared Welby Cook, the man behind Race Day events, he did mention that Father's Day, they may be fully booked, but maybe if you have a secret meeting with him, he will make something work for you. But if you have any questions for him, +2763 406 9126. We continue the conversation about gifting your father the perfect gift right after this.
Are you fluent in French, Chinyanja, Portuguese, and Kiswahili? Are you passionate about radio? And are you looking to work in South Africa? Do you have papers that qualify you to work in South Africa? In that case, we might have an opportunity for you to work for Channel Africa. Send us your CV and demo at newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Remember, if you don't hear from us within 14 days, it means you have not made it or you have not been selected. Channel Africa, the African perspective. If it's news and current affairs, leading opinions, and thought leaders that get your groove, this is your home, The Upside.
Well, let's continue the conversation with your dad's new favorite person, Jared Welby Cook, the man behind Race Day events in Moederfontein, giving your dad that supercar experience. Jared, you mentioned that the cars go onto the actual road and there's a particular route. At any given point, are we able to drive the car beyond 120 kilometers?
So no, to answer the question, no. You know, the roads that we use, we have multiple acceleration zones where we feel the 0 to 100 acceleration on the vehicle. You know, beyond that, unfortunately, the roads don't offer much more than that. But if I'm honest with you, neither do the tracks. You know, most of the tracks, especially in these really expensive cars,
Yeah.
we're not really comfortable with people driving them too quickly anyway. But, you know, the thrill of how these cars get to 100 and the sound and the noise they make, I think that is the essence of a supercar, you know.
How long is the experience, or is this tailored per request?
No, so we run a standard route, you know, so that it's consistent with everyone. It works well for our planning on the day, so that we can get people into the right time slots and the waiting times are not too long.
Yeah.
We do a 10-kilometer drive, so each drive takes roughly 20 minutes to complete. So yeah, if you were doing 3 cars in a day, that's 60 minutes of actual drive time. Which is a lot, you know. When you look at more track-focused experiences, you go do a few laps. It's 5 or 6 minutes, and it's done, right? You know, whereas this, you're really getting a nice time in the vehicle.
And when you're driving the car, are you driving it yourself, or is there someone sitting next to you to guide you, make sure that you don't press the wrong buttons?
So you are driving it yourself. We're always with you to guide you. You know, these vehicles are unique. They're sometimes a bit different to what you might be used to.
Yeah.
So we're always there with you. You know, we make sure that firstly you're safe, right? And secondly, that you actually get the most out of the experience. You know, some people tend to want to drive too slowly, and they don't, you know, they don't really understand what the vehicles are capable of. So, you know, for the most part, we're actually encouraging them to pick up speed.
Oh, I love that. I think I need to join you the next time, Jared, because this sounds right up my alley. In terms of photography, I mean, you'd want to capture these moments, especially for Father's Day. Remember it forever. Do you have photographers on site taking pictures? What's the setup like in relation to that?
Yes. So we have a videography team. So we do some stills, but we mainly do in-car video. We do some interviews. You know, when the family comes with, which is most of the case, we take some stills around the vehicles. We put that into the video. So, you know, it creates an amazing keepsake to remember this day by.
Are spectators allowed, Jared, or it's just the drivers who come to drive?
Spectators are absolutely allowed. We've got a beautiful venue. Our venue's, you know, newly built, and it's well kitted. So while Dad's out on the road, unfortunately, you can't see him, but that's why we have the videos. But, you know, you can set up here. We have space, some tables, and we can set up a bit of a party.
Yeah.
We have racing simulators in here, so the kids can have a go, Dad can have a go. You know, we don't actually charge anything for that, so that's all just complimentary with the experience.
And obviously, I'm guessing if you're going to book this experience, you need to have a valid driving license and you need to be of legal age.
Well, yes and no, right? So if you want to drive the vehicles, absolutely. But, you know, a lot of people book these things for their kids, you know, and they come through, we take them for a drive. Yeah, we have a nice range of professional drivers, so they know how to drive the vehicles properly. And, you know, so either which way, whether you're driving or not, the experience is spectacular.
You mentioned earlier your fleet. Is there a particular supercar that consistently gets a request? Which one is that, and why do you think that that's the case?
So it's a bit of a tough one for me to answer, and the reason is it's almost like it's seasonal in a sense.
Okay.
You know, typically speaking, the Porsche 911 Turbo and our Ferrari are the most popular. But since we've had the Lamborghini, it's been really, really popular. So you know, but then some months the Audi's super popular. So it's really hard to answer that question definitively.
Plans for expansion? I know you're based in Moederfontein at the moment. Any plans for expansion?
Well, look, in terms of the fleet, we're always looking to expand the fleet. You know, every year that we've operated, we've added 1 or 2 cars. You know, we've got a few other ones in the pipeline that we want to add. We also will be going down to Cape Town. So the end of this year, so December, January, February, we're going to be down in Cape Town. We're taking the whole experience down there. We're going to do some beautiful coastal roads, you know, just to sort of give the Cape Townians something, because unfortunately they don't have any experiences.
Oh, wow. Did you say they don't have any experiences? Well, like this, I mean, particularly.
Well, no, They don't seem to, right? I get a lot of calls from Cape Town for guys looking for things. So no, there isn't anyone else in South Africa that does what we do. It's a very unique business, and I think it'll do really well in Cape Town. I think they've got some of the most beautiful drivers in the world.
Absolutely.
And now you've got this bucket list car on a bucket list road. How can you go wrong, right?
And I'm guessing no electric vehicles then, because they don't make as much noise and give as much of an oomph and a tingling sensation.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, we never know what the future holds. But, I think we say it all when we call ourselves petrol heads. We call ourselves that for a reason. The noise is a huge part of it. And, it's just the experience of an engine. I mean, a V10 engine behind you, there's nothing quite like that, right?
Yep. And I want to know, for the person listening in at home and they want to make a booking, do we need to book in advance, or are walk-ins allowed? How does it work?
So we always encourage people to book online. All our bookings are done through our website. However, if guys are come here on the day and we have capacity, absolutely we'll help them. We try not to ever turn people away. But we trade basically every single weekend. So, if we can't help you today, it'll be a short wait and your dreams will come true.
And I know we're talking about Father's Day now because it's coming up, but do you see female lady drivers, moms pulling through to also experience this? In terms of that ratio, are you seeing more men, more women?
So we have quite a unique business. Our business, the people who buy the tickets are women, okay, like to a point where it's like almost 99%.
The decision
The end
makers.
user is typically male. But look, we do a lot of corporates and that. And to be honest with you, the ladies we've had through the experience, I think they enjoy it more than the men. They're not desensitized to these things. They don't understand what it's about until you put them behind the wheel, and they love it. So we have a lot of ladies through here. Quite a few men actually gift this product to their wives, funny enough. There's women petrol heads just as much as men, right?
Oh, I love that. Jared, please share your social media platforms as well as the website where people can make these bookings.
All right. On Facebook, you can find us at Race Day Events. On Instagram, it's Race Day Events 101. And our website is www.race-day-events.co.za.
And then finally, Jared, why is this experience such a perfect gift for Dad?
Look, how many pairs of socks can you get, really? How many rounds of golf can you play? It's. I think it's all been done before, right? There's just, and I get this from women all the time when I speak to them. They just say, men are so hard to buy for. What do I get for my man? And
yeah.
I think we play so well into that. You know what? This is something he's never going to forget. He's going to speak about this for years to come. In fact, the problem you're going to have, it's going to be hard to top next year.
Very hard. Very hard. I mean, unless, Jared, by then you have a Bugatti Veyron in your fleet.
Well, thankfully we are adding cars every year. So, there's always something different. I can't wait to get to the day when I have a Veyron. You'll be the first to come and enjoy it with us.
100%. I better be. Jared, thank you so much for your time, and all the best for this weekend's Father's Day, and all the best with your company. And we certainly hope that it will expand and grow and more fleet will be added to your current crop. That is the owner of Race Day Events. Jared, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Wonderful chatting to you.
The voice there, ladies and gentlemen, of Jared Welby Cook, the owner of Race Day Events in Moederfontein. Trade the tie for horsepower and memories this Father's Day. Go check out their website and do the right thing. Dads are tired of ties and aftershave and socks. It's 30 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African time. Musibudi, does this sound like the perfect dad gift to you?
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Very good afternoon from the Sports Day. It's not a bad idea because my dad, though, is a golfer. So,
Is he not tired of golf?
No.
They can never get tired of that, actually.
Absolutely not. So his gift is already sorted for Father's Day. A couple of balls. You know those small golf balls.
Maybe next year.
Maybe we'll try something different. But because he's such a golfer, everything is just centered around golf. So yeah,
that explains your love affair for sports.
It does, doesn't it? All right, so we'll start here at Tebogo. So interim Bafana head coach Vela Khumalo has lamented his side's poor finishing in the COSAFA Cup this after watching them fail to convert chances during their goalless draw against Mauritius yesterday. So the Bafana B side advanced to the last four and thanks to superior goal difference after finishing level on 4 points with Zimbabwe as well as Mozambique. So having only scored 2 goals in 3 matches, Khumalo has now called for an improvement in Friday's semi-final.
Mauritius, they gave us a good assignment to work on. We couldn't break them. They played low block and they wanted to play from set places, standard situations where they wanted to hit us. We were well aware of that. But I think what has always been the problem with us since the beginning of the tournament was not being clinical. We're not scoring goals. We create those chances. We get the entries in the final third. We stretch them. We go inside. We go combinations. But the one thing that we're not doing well is scoring the goals. So
While Mamelodi Sundowns goalkeeper Ronan Williams has emphasised that there is no time to feel sorry for themselves this after missing on the CAF Champions League, especially with the FIFA Club World Cup fast approaching. The Brazilians are set to face Alcin HD in Orlando, Florida next week and have already departed to acclimatise to the summer weather conditions out in the USA. Sundowns will also compete against Borussia Dortmund as well as Fluminense in Group F, a challenging schedule that will also test Miguel Cardoso's squad even more than the Continental CAF Champions League competition. Speaking before they departed a few days ago, Williams stated that there was no more pity parties. All eyes are now on Sundowns, Al Ahly, Esperance as well as Wydad Casablanca as Africa's representatives at the FIFA Club World Cup.
But you have to go again. You know, at Mamelodi Sundowns there's always another opportunity, and there's no bigger than this. And we can't be mourning for too long. This is massive. That's probably the biggest club competition. So we're excited. We're looking forward to it. And like I said, when I saw the training today, you could see, the energy is back, the spark is back, and that 5 days done as well.
Williams did acknowledge it would have been a fairy tale story to arrive in the USA as African champions had permits not stand them in the second leg final a few weeks back.
Perfect for us was to wrap up the Champions League, lift the trophy and go to the Club World Cup, as continental champions, and obviously we would go with that confidence. But now we need to dig deep, because yes, we didn't win, and it's probably the hardest defeat of my career, I'm sure the team as well.
On to this now. Female tennis players who wish to freeze eggs or embryos so they can start a family at a later date will have their ranking protected by the WTA Tour. So the offer is open to any player ranked in the world's top 750 who spends more than 10 weeks out of competition. The 2017 US Open champion Sloane Stephens says the rule will reduce the pressure on players to return to court too quickly. The 32-year-old who has won 8 WTA tournaments told the BBC Sport she had twice previously used the off-season to freeze her eggs. Players who undergo fertility treatment will also be able to use their special ranking to enter up to 3 tournaments within 10 weeks of their return. The special ranking will be an average of players ranking over a 12-week period before and during their leave. Players will not, however, be able to use this ranking to enter one of the WTA Premier's 1,000 events, as the tour wants to encourage players to undertake the procedure at a quieter time, should I say, of the season. And finally, in live cricket action, Australia 146 for the loss of 5 wickets this after 42 overs against South Africa in the World Test Championship. It's day 1 won session 2. South Africa earlier on winning the toss and electing to bowl first, putting Australia to bat first in this encounter. Of course, we all know that Australia are the defending champions of the WTC. South Africa in their first ever final of this competition. And so far, they are in control, as one would say, on day one of this World Test Championship. 146 now for the loss of 5 wickets after 42 overs. And with that, it's a wrap from the sports desk at the Sawa. For any sports stories you'd like to share with us, our email address is newsroom@channelafrica.co.za or call us on +27 11714 4459. For Channel Africa Sport, I am Musibu D. Makura.
Sports on Channel Africa. The African perspective. Africa, meet Abedi.
Yeah, that's me.
Abedi is a music lover through and through.
I really love African music.
He's got a taste for all kinds of tunes and spends his days listening to Channel Africa. Guess what? He didn't know.
Okay.
Channel Africa wants to help Abedi and all music lovers everywhere to discover even more incredible music. That is why Channel Africa is calling on all African musicians to submit their music. Musicians, remember to give us all your relevant information. Make your submissions at music@channelafrica.co.za. Submissions are your chance to be heard on radio. But sadly, they do not guarantee that you'll be playlisted. All submissions will be carefully reviewed to see if they meet our station's requirement. Channel Africa, the African perspective. We take no sides, none whatsoever. We are the upside.
It is 37 minutes after 3 p.m. Central African time. Welcome to the final half an hour of The Upside with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni. Let me tell you something. Untando was saying something. What are you saying there, Untando? In the background? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I didn't forget. For one last time, let's get the business news on The Upside with Chanduko Likeke.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Thank you, Tebogo. Good afternoon. Glencore has declared a force majeure on some deliveries of cobalt from the Democratic Republic of Congo days after the government suspended exports of battery material. Congo, the world's largest cobalt-producing country, introduced a 4-month ban on all cobalt exports in February in an attempt to curb a supply glut that helped send prices to 9-year lows and stifled its tax revenues. As a result of the ban, London-listed Glencore took the rare step of declaring force majeure on some supply agreements of cobalt produced at its Congolese operations, invoking a measure meant for unforeseeable circumstances that prevent a contract's execution. As South Africa commemorates Youth Month under the theme Skills for the Changing World, Empowering Youth for Meaningful Economic Participation, President Cyril Ramaphosa engaged with youth beneficiaries of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and Presidential Employment Stimulus flagship programs in Pretoria. Ramaphosa says the government is working to create more permanent employment opportunities for young people.
I'm delighted that it is through you, young people, that we are doing this. Yes, I know that your own situation is not the most ideal. We are working very hard to create more permanent positions for you in many, many ways in the economy. But when government is dealing with these problems, it also initiates programs like this one.
South Africa and the African continent are gearing up for the Africa Green Hydrogen Summit, which will be held in Cape Town, South Africa this week. The event was preceded by the media launch held yesterday in Johannesburg, attended by South Africa's Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa. The organizers say the event aligns with Africa's green industrialization and sustainability goals. Sizo Sigalo reports.
It's also expected to showcase the continent's potential as a global leader in green hydrogen production, unlocking investment opportunities and strategic partnerships. Relevant stakeholders in the sector, including government officials, energy ministers, international investors and energy experts, as well as industry leaders and policymakers, are also part of those expected. It is also a key G20-aligned event. The media launch in Johannesburg was attended by Minister of Energy and Electricity in South Africa, Dr. Kgosientsura Mokgopa. He says green hydrogen is crucial for his country.
Kenyan Governor Kamau Tuge says the country's central bank has lowered its 2026 economic growth forecast to 5.4% from 5.6% forecast given in April. Yesterday, the Central Bank of Kenya reduced its 2025 growth forecast to 5.2% from 5.4% as it cut its benchmark lending rate for the sixth meeting in a row, saying it wanted to provide further support to the economy. The central bank rate was lowered by 25 basis points to 9.75%, whereas its previous cut was by a larger 75 basis points. Meta platforms and TikTok say a European Union supervisory fee levied on them is disproportionate and based on a flawed methodology as they took their fight with tech regulators to Europe's second highest court today. Under the Digital Services Act that became law in 2022, the two companies and 16 others are subject to a supervisory fee amounting to 0.5% of their annual worldwide net income, aimed at covering the European Commission's cost of monitoring their compliance with the law. Meta told judges at the General Court it was not trying to avoid paying its fair share of the fee, but it questioned how the Commission had calculated the levy, saying it is based on the revenue of the group rather than of the subsidiary. Let's have a look at financial indicators. $1 in Nigeria is trading at 1,000 naira 550, Botswana 13 pula 21, Kenya the dollar is at 128 shilling 417, Zambia 25 kwacha. BRICS countries, $1 in Brazil is at 5 real 56, Russia 78 rubles 63, India 85 rupee 59, China 7 yuan 18, South Africa 17 rand 71 cents. $1 is 74 pence to the British pound and 87 to the euro. Commodities, gold is at $3,333, platinum at $1,259 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is $67.63 a barrel. That is all for now. For any business stories you'd like to share with us, please send us an email to newsroom@channelafrica.co.za, or you can call us on +27 11 714 4459. For Channel Africa Business, I am Chanduko Ligege.
Business news on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Zochitika ndi madaphiri kamlondola wazochitika pena paliponse.
Nduna wa zamalonda ku Malawi waletsa kampani yopanga shuga ya Irovo yomwe ndi nthambi ya Irovo Sugar Group Limited kuti isiye kutumiza shuga kumaiko akunja. Malingana ndi nduna ya zamalonda Vitumbuko Mumba, izi zithandiza kuti shuga yemwe yakusowa pamsika azipezeka. Ndiye pano ndili ndi George Muhangu amene ali mu mzinda wa Blantyre mu dziko la Malawi. Chimene chikupangitsa kuti shuga azisowa ndi chani?
Chomwe chikupangitsa kuti shuga azisowa ndichonena kuti panopo ili ngati off season ya makampani a Irovo Sugar Malawi, kunena kuti sakutha kupanga shugayi okwanira chifukwa akukolola. Ndiye akamaliza kukolola pameneno atayambeno sopano kugaya shugayi kuti azipezeka. Chinanso ndichonena kuti ma distributors amene akumakagula shuga kaya ndi ku Irovo kaya ndi kusalima shuga akumagulisa kumaiko akunja ngati Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Mozambique.
Zochitika ndi madaphiri lolemba mpaka lachisanu pa nthawi ya 7 koloko kufikira 8 koloko madzulo pa Channel Africa.
Join Tebogo and Nompumelelo on the upside, where optimism meets opportunity. Africa has a voice, and that voice is Channel Africa. It keeps you in motion, speaking, singing, questioning, rising. Wake up with Rise and Shine 6 till 9. Peter and Asanda as they bring you breaking news, sharp analysis, and the voices that shape the day. At mid-morning, we get on the move with Palisa and Benjamin, digging into the African lifestyle, people, and the things that make Africa smile. 12 till 1, Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, getting in-depth, powerful stories, and the perspective you won't hear anywhere else. The Upside, 1 till 4, live and real, with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Nompumelelo Ngubeni. Tame Ngubeni talks money, Africa in business, 4 till 5 p.m. 5 till 6, we put on a little bit more color. Vue d'Afrique with Joël Moteba. We go to East and Central Africa and find Darubinia Africa with I Am Shakif. Madapiri gives us some life. Zochitika, 7 till 8 p.m. Maria Mokumalo comes in 8 till 9. We get some useful knowledge. Kalodiscopia. 9 till 10, we take a look in Africa and beyond. Africa World Hour with Sipiso Makwetla. And we close it up with some love. The Hotlines with Shailen Dikumana. 10 till 12 p.m. on Channel Africa. Across borders, across time zones, on air, online. This is Channel Africa. Africa has a voice. Africa is a story. A living, breathing, ever-evolving masterpiece. And for over 5 decades now, one voice has told it like no other. Channel Africa. More than just a broadcaster, Channel Africa is the pulse of the continent. African-led, African-run, and deeply rooted in its heritage. It's the only international station that speaks to Africa in its own voices. English, Kiswahili, Chinyanja, French, and Portuguese. The languages that unite 1 billion people. We have been there through every shift, every milestone, and every triumph. Not just reporting history, but shaping the conversations that define Africa's future. For brands, media planning, and advertisers, Channel Africa is more than just a platform. It's an opportunity. With 25 compelling shows covering current affairs, sports, business, music, and lifestyle, we deliver an engaging Pan-African audience ready to connect, invest, and act. Multi-award winning, internationally recognized, digitally accessible across the globe. When Africa speaks, the world listens, and Channel Africa makes sure of it. For business, for culture, for Africa, partner with Channel Africa because Africa's voice is the future.
This is the weekday afternoons have been upgraded by the Upside with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni, and my partner in crime, Nompumelelo Ngubeni.
And if you want to find out all things luxury, fashion, travel, and art and culture, this is exactly the place to be.
The Upside. If it's hip, if it's happening, we are talking about. We talk about what's now, what's next, and most important,
it is now 11 minutes
most on the African
before 4 p.m.
continent
Central African time. Welcome to the final 11 minutes of The Upside with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni. I'm coming to you live from the Auckland Park Studios in Johannesburg, South Africa. Where are you tuned in from this afternoon? We'd love to hear from you. Our WhatsApp line is +27 63 406 9126. And you can stream us live, see our faces, see the studio at Channel Africa on Facebook and at Channel Africa on YouTube. What caught your eye? Earlier, I was talking about the national dialogue, which we'll unpack on another day because, that one, it's all talk. But for now, what's catching my eye is Protea fire. I mentioned earlier, and I sort of touched on it, that currently the World Test Championship is underway at Lords in the United Kingdom between South Africa. It's the final between South Africa and Australia. Australia are the current defending champions, and South Africa will look to win their very first ICC trophy in over 2 decades. That's over 20 years. They haven't managed to win a trophy, an ICC trophy. This could be their opportunity. There is a tag that the Proteas have carried when it comes to big occasions. And I will mention it earlier. I was like, I don't want to mention it, but I'll mention it. They have been labeled as CHOKERS, chokers. And it's a tag and a label that they've carried with them for the longest time, because it seems as though whenever the big occasion calls for them to stand up and win that trophy, at the very last minute, something stops them and prevents them from going all the way. But this time around, I am hopeful, I am excited that the Proteas can do this. Hashtag Protea Fire is currently trending on social media. Whether you are from South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, you are supporting the Proteas. Like a win for the Proteas is a win for Africa. Right, let's talk about the significance of this tournament and this final. I mentioned that it will be South Africa's maiden title in over 2 decades. Quite the confidence boost and national pride, right? But then we also talk about the financial aspect of it. The winner of this World Test Championship will walk away with a staggering $3.6 million. That's 63.8 million rand. Okay? The runner-up will then win $2.16 million. That's 38.3 million rand. This will obviously be split in terms of as bonuses to the players, the coaching staff, the technical, but it also feed into the grassroots development of the sport. So it is definitely going to boost the cricket development in South Africa. And as we get inspired by South Africa, we're hoping that the other African countries can also join in and compete on a global level. So quite a significant milestone should they win this. Let's take you through the team, the Proteas team, because there's a name on there that some people think is rather controversial, and we don't know if this person should be there. I'll list the names of the South African players: the Proteas, Aiden Markram, Ryan Rickleton, Vian Mulder, Themba Bavuma, the captain, Tristan Stubbs, David Bedingham, Kyle Verreynne, Marco Jansen, Keshav Maharaj, Lungin Gidi, and Kagiso Rabada. Not too long ago, he was banned for having been caught with recreational substance in his bloodstream, and he was banned for, I think it was about a month or two, and it was during the IPL cricket in India. And so the recreational drug or substance that they found in his bloodstream was cocaine. Quite a hard substance, that. And many people still think that he does not deserve to be in this team. Then we asked the question, yes, hard drug, hard substance. A great player is Kagiso Rabada, broken so many records. Are we going to overlook all of that and say because he was caught with such a recreational hard substance in his bloodstream, he is he's a negative influence, a bad role model to the young kids, and therefore he does not deserve to be playing in the final? This is the same man who right now the scores are 171. Oh, by the way, South Africa won the toss. Overcast conditions, perfect for bowling, and they chose to bowl and put Australia into bat. They are now 171 runs for the loss of 5 wickets after 45.4 overs. And Kagiso Rabada has featured on the scorecard in the dismissals of Usman Khawaja and then also in the dismissal of Cameron Green. My question to you is still, do you still think that he does not deserve to be in the World Test final because of the substance that was found in his bloodstream leading to a ban a couple of months ago? Or Are we going to overlook that and say he's a brilliant cricketer and he might just be the man to help South Africa get over the choker label and win their first title after 20 years? Let me know on TikTok at Channel Africa, and our WhatsApp line, send me a voice note, +27 63 406 9126. It's 4 minutes before 4 p.m. Central African Time.
We are on Open Views Audio Bouquet. Channel 628.
Your weekday afternoons have been upgraded by the upside with me, Tebogo Lekhuleni, and my partner in crime, Nompumelelo Ngubeni.
And if you want to find out all things luxury, fashion, travel, and art and culture, this is exactly the place to be.
Prepare to be delighted. If it's hip, if it's happening, we are talking about it. We talk about what's now, what's next, and most importantly, what matters most on the African continent and the diaspora.
Do you know what time it is? Catch us every weekday on Channel Africa from 1 to 4 p.m. Central African Time.
Yeah, that's us every weekday afternoon.
Africa has a voice, and that voice is Channel Africa. It keeps you in motion, speaking, singing, questioning, rising. Wake up with Rise and Shine 6 till 9. Peter and Asanda as they bring you breaking news, sharp analysis, and the voices that shape the day. At mid-morning, we get on the move with Palisa and Benjamin, digging into the African lifestyle, people, and the things that make Africa smile. 12 till 1, Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, getting in-depth, powerful stories, and the perspective you won't hear anywhere else. The Upside, 1 till 4, live and real, with Tebogo Lekhuleni and Nompumelelo. Jamegomene talks money, Africa in business, 4 till 5 p.m., 5 till 6. We put on a little bit more color. With the show we go to East and Central Africa and find the Rubinia Africa with Ayana Shakif. Madapiri gives us a life. Sochi Tika, 7 till 8 p.m. Mariamo Kumalo comes in 8 till 9. We get some useful knowledge. Kalodiscopia, 9 till 10. We take a look at Africa and beyond. Africa World Hour with Sipiso Makweta. And we close it up with some love. The Hotlines with Sheila Kumana, 10 till 12 p.m. on Channel Africa. Across borders, across time zones, on air, online. This is Channel Africa.
Less than 2 minutes to go before 4 p.m. Central African Time. Mcimbini there, Kabza the Small, DJ Maporisa, Amos, Something Soweto, and Mass Music, and Maestro as well on that one song. It's now time to say good afternoon and welcome to Tami Ngubeni. How are you doing?
I am awesome. I'm awesome. Thank you. Let's get straight into it and see what we've got in store for you coming up on Africa in Business in just a short while. One thing that's quite interesting about Zimbabwe is that they actually have the continent's largest lithium reserves.
Yes.
And you'll remember that the entire continent is now on a bid to beneficiate instead of exporting all of its raw materials. Zimbabwe as well, no different. And they are now intending to ban the export of lithium concentrates. And what that will do is it will put foreign mining companies in a position where they have to establish processing and refining facilities within Zimbabwe itself. And they plan to do this by the year 2027. So we'll be talking this afternoon to a development economist, Dr. Prosper Chitambara, who will talk us through that. And then also some really interesting developments around tea in Kenya and the costs of getting ethical certification, the Kenyan government weighing in on that. But it's gone exactly 4 p.m. Central African time, so I guess that's all we've got time for now. Do make sure that you stay tuned to Channel Africa as we bring you Africa in Business.
Well, I am signing out. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on the upside. It's African Business Time with Tamin Kubeni. I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place.
And we'll leave you with the news desk where Onele Nzinzi is standing by with your latest news and headlines from the sporting desk with Musibudi Makura.
SABC News. The African Perspective.